Please be seated. All right, we're on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you all so much for arriving early. I believe the state was in the process of calling a new witness. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I believe we had Detective Penny on the stand, and I had passed him for cross-examination.
That's correct.
So we will get him.
Where is he?
In Norfolk? Trees.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
And you are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Penny.
Good morning.
My name is Bahram Yunus, and I have some questions for you. And I just want to be clear, I'm trying to get facts out for the jury and for everybody watching and listening, okay? And it's been a long week, so yes or no questions would be great. So I want to make sure the state has you listed on their expert witness list, and I want to know what you're an expert in. What do you consider yourself an expert in?
I don't really know what they're referring to as an expert. I've been a detective, police department for 24 years, so I've been on numerous murder investigations, sexual assault investigations, all kinds of offenses. So
So I'm going to assume that that means you're an expert in investigations of crimes.
I suppose.
Okay. So let's talk about that night, January 1st, when y'all got out there to the hotel. It sounds like to me from the testimony we heard from Mr. Abdullah yesterday, that he said that y'all went to his home looking for Yaser. So does that mean that y'all automatically started the investigation with Yaser as the suspect, and that's what you led with?
So I never went to Abdul's home.
I understand, but the urban police and the police that were investigating this did. And they were looking for Yaser, is that right? That's in the urban police report and portions of your report.
I arrived at the station, and it was immediately apparent from the phone call that their father was the suspect.
So it's a yes or no question. You guys, as urban PD, I'm not talking about individual detectives. When we're in court, we're called a defense, we're called a state, one group. Y'all are the police. Y'all work as a team, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you review a file and you see that one of your colleagues, who's also investigating the same case, failed to do something, or maybe should have followed up with something, you could step in if you wanted to complete that portion, right?
Yes.
Y'all don't wait for your police chief to tell you, do this, do that. You're an expert in your field. Is that right?
I don't refer to myself as an expert.
But you're talking about, you went through your direct with the state and you discussed all your years of experience. And so that experience means that you are wise enough to know when to step in and complete a portion of an investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's go back to the initial search. Everybody from Urban PD was looking for Yaser Said immediately, correct?
Yes.
Not considering anybody else or any other circumstances.
No.
So, when it comes to, I want to talk about when you went to this scene. Did you ever go to this scene, right?
Not until days later.
Did you ever go to the auto pound where the taxi was located? When they did all
I don't
this-
believe I did.
Okay. Did you notice in your report where you discussed, and the other detectives discussed, the cigarette ashes sitting on the window? And that must mean that whoever did this was smoking and he smokes. That was the implication that we heard yesterday,
Yes.
okay? And isn't it interesting that those cigarette ashes were still on the taxi after the taxi was driven on a flatbed truck to the auto pound to be investigated?
What do you mean interesting? I mean,
It means that those ashes could have been there for a long time, right?
I have no way of knowing how long they were there. It's just they were there at that time. And that's what the note
But
was
that was
made.
like a key piece for y'all for some reason, like the ashes, on the taxi, that means Yaser is the one that did it because he was in the taxi with them, right? That's part of your reasoning for why he did this.
The ashes was not part of my reasoning.
Okay, so let's talk about when officers got called to the scene, we heard testimony that they were looking around Irving at different places for Yaser. Is that correct?
Yes.
They drove around apartment complexes, all different places around the area looking for him only.
Yes.
Did anybody see him?
No.
What about the DART station? I saw some discussion briefly about the DART station, and one of the detectives yesterday, can't remember his name, he said that there was a DART station close by, right?
Yes.
DART stations are filled with surveillance cameras, because I get those all the time in other cases, right? You would agree with that?
Yes.
If you're looking for somebody that's run away from a scene, wouldn't you go get the surrounding area surveillance to see if you see an orange cab driving around, a 6-foot-tall Arab guy running with blood all over him, or anything? Did you look at those?
Did I look at those? No.
Did you ask anybody to go pull those as the detective on the case?
We did not know where exactly the cab had been prior to where it was at.
So, since you don't know where it was, where it had been, why wouldn't you just go look at all the possible areas around you? That's an investigation, right?
Yes.
Why did that happen?
Where do you look? There's too many places. Too many cameras.
You go to the dark
And it's not
station.
going to help you that night.
You're the police. You get things done immediately. You go to people's houses. Y'all got search warrants within hours and 2 hours. So why didn't you just go do that for videos of locations around the area to see what happened?
That would be something that could have been done later, not that night.
And y'all didn't do that later.
No.
Thank you. So let's talk about also the surveillance. There's surveillance cameras on the street too. We all know that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, in the intersections.
But those are normally for traffic purposes only, and their data, that is not saved.
Wait,
Used to not. Whether it is now or not, I don't know.
okay. What about the toll roads? Was 121 and 142 toll roads back then? I don't know what's a toll road
No.
out there, so those aren't toll roads.
No.
Those highways have surveillance as well for accidents, drunk drivers, things like that. We get those videos all the time.
Back then, as far as I know, we could not get them.
Okay. Did you ask though in this particular case? Because I didn't see that in the notes.
No, because back then it was not available to us. We had asked previously on other cases.
Who told you it's not available?
We would call the authority, whoever's in charge of that, and they would tell us those are for traffic purposes only, and we do not save the video.
Another police agency wouldn't give you information?
Wasn't a police agency, it's like the
DPS?
NTTA or whoever, I don't recall at this time exactly who it is that.
But y'all are working with the FBI on this, so can't the federal government go get that stuff?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Next, let's talk about, you talked about Patricia Islam and your discussion with them on January 1st of 2008. Remember that yesterday?
Yes.
And that was a really, seems like important conversation to you because you were obtaining information only about Yaser, right? And it seems like you just stopped at the bad information.
No, we talked about everything going on within the family,
Okay.
within the household.
So Patrician Islam, right?
Yes.
And what was Islam's version of it? What did he
Objection,
say?
hearsay?
Sustained.
When you spoke to Islam, he said that his dad would never do anything like this. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Why didn't you put that and talk about that in front of the jury yesterday?
Try to answer the questions that's asked.
Okay. So I'm happy you're answering mine. Let's talk about Islam more. I noticed that y'all would always stick with what Patricia says, and Islam is kind of like portrayed as like a crazy brother that will do anything to protect his dad, and he's lying. That's the portrayal in your reports. Is that correct?
To some degree, yes.
Okay. But Patricia is the honest one that's telling you all the reliable information. That's very established in your report.
No.
Okay, let's talk about that. Patricia is the only person that's provided you information on this case and in regards to Yaser, the negative information. Is that right?
No.
Who else has given you negative information? Eric and Edgar?
Edgar, Eric, Islam at first when he's talked to us a little bit.
What was the
This,
bad information Islam gave you?
and I would have to look at my report. I don't remember any
Does it
specific
recall
thing.
him saying that his dad does own a gun?
Yes.
Is that a bad thing, that somebody owns a gun?
No.
Okay. Did you find the gun ever?
No.
Did you find a gun inside his house?
No. Well, yes.
What kind of gun did you find?
I was not there. That was after I had retired, but I know they did find a gun. Yeah, I do not believe it was a 9mm. It was something else.
About 9mm. Are those like really hard to get?
No.
Are those one of the most common handguns that people have, right?
Probably.
Okay. So you think Yaser's like the only one that had a 9mm that night?
No.
So wouldn't it have been important to tell that gentleman that was at the scene to take prints off the magazine y'all found?
Yes.
And that wasn't done, right?
I do not believe so.
And all the statements with Patricia and Islam. All right, so if those are super important conversations to an investigation, right? You agree that that was really relevant in y'all's full report.
Yes.
And how is that memorialized, like when you got it? Do you recall?
With my notes in my report.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. You didn't ask them to write down any information or historical information or anything like that.
No.
And you didn't take out a tape recorder and record the conversation.
No.
And I don't get to watch much TV, unfortunately, but First 48 always has like videos, like where y'all put people in rooms, and then you're like
Objection
talking
to
to
counsel
them.
testifying, Your Honor?
I'm trying to lay the foundation for the question.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. So we see those like on TV, and those are real life cases, right? On First 48,
Yes.
and they put people in rooms, and there's video cameras in there, and then they record the conversation. Does that happen?
Yes.
Did that happen in other cases in Irving in 2008 and 7 and 6 all the time?
Yes.
That didn't happen here though.
So at that time, we normally did not record witness statements. We recorded mainly just suspects.
Okay.
Later,
But
we started
you
recording
don't
everybody.
I don't need the county to tell me how to do my job. The county gives me restrictions, but I use my brain to figure out a better way of doing my job sometimes, right? So if you thought that those conversations were so important, why didn't you yourself decide to record them somehow and put them in this file?
They were not actual witnesses to the actual offense. They were witnesses to circumstances within the home leading up to
So
it.
all the circumstantial circumstantial evidence we provided you is what we've been talking about all week long, right? That's what we've been talking about all week long. Patricia's statements that are circumstantial, and you didn't think those were important to write down for a case where you can't find the suspect that you're immediately looking for.
The statements that she gave me was, I took notes and I put it in writing.
Okay, let's talk about your memory and your writing, okay? So yesterday you seem to have a really bad memory.
My memory is not what it used to be.
Nor is mine. So I'm not judging you personally. I'm here to ask questions about your memory, though. That's why it's important to record these kinds of statements, correct?
Yes.
People sleep and forget what they ate the day before.
That's why I make very detailed notes and detailed reports.
Okay. So let's go through all the notes about Patricia now. About your notes. How long after something occurs or after investigating something do you write down your notes?
I kept a running report, and then ever so often when the report got to a certain length, I would then put it into the system.
Okay, so you would write it out on a notebook?
I would take notes, handwritten notes, and then I would transfer those notes to a written report.
Okay.
Then when the report got to a certain length, then I would
Generate it.
enter it.
Thank you for that explanation. And so sometimes, how long after you write them down on paper do you write out the actual full sentences? Because your notes are different from the actual language in the report. The notes are more like bullet points, right?
Yes.
And then your report has more information added to it after the fact, right?
Yes.
So how long after writing out your bullet points do you sit down and write all the other information you put in the actual report?
As quickly as I can, depending on what I'm out doing. If I'm out in the field, obviously I can't. But when I come back to the station and time permits, that's when I enter it. So that's what I say, I keep it ongoing. So I'll put what I did that day, and then the next day I'll put what I did the next day, in writing.
So you do it daily?
Pretty much,
That's good.
when time allows, yes.
Do you think the other guys that you work with do it daily?
Randall pretty much did. I can't speak for the others.
Okay, thank you. And why is it that Islam's statements were always diminished when he was saying positive things about Yaser? Why is that? Why did you believe him over Patricia?
I don't know what you mean by diminished.
In the report, when Islam is discussing the positive things about his dad and that he would never do something like this and blaming Eric and Edgar for the situation, why did you diminish those? You didn't take those seriously.
I put him down what he told me. I don't know how that's diminished
You
it.
didn't investigate it, right?
Do what?
You wrote it down, but you didn't investigate those allegations further.
I talked to the people involved and got the information that I could from them.
Talk to Eric and Edgar, right?
Investigator Shingle did.
Okay. And you read his report.
Yes.
Did that not sound weird to you?
Did what?
Did it not sound weird to you, two teenage boyfriends about to marry their girlfriends, just ran away from home, following them in the cab with their dad, and then turning around? And then coming to see you, not even an hour later, to see how they were doing. Isn't that weird?
With all the things going on, no.
So, let's talk about Edgar and Eric. So, your testimony in your report is super clear that Eric Moreno and Edgar Ruiz were the two people that came to the police station that evening, right?
That's what I was told.
And that's what detectives that you were working with as a team on this case put in this report?
Yes.
Thank you. And what if Edgar now is saying that he and his dad were at the police station?
Objection, comparative
In
testimony.
your report,
Sustained, Ms. Neese.
so let's say this. Eric and Edgar were at the police station in this report, not Victor, Edgar's father, and Edgar. Is that right?
I was told that the two boyfriends were downstairs.
Okay. And do you think it is odd for a person to change their story 14 years, or was it 14 or 12 years? 12 years later, to say something completely opposite of what's in your Irving police file?
Objection, speculation.
He's an investigator, he's an expert, he's on our expert witness list. I'm asking him if this is a normal occurrence for them to investigate.
Your Honor, she asked him, would it be normal for a person to do something? Like speculating into someone else's state of mind.
A witness in a case that he's investigating.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Ask your question again, please.
Miss Patty, can you read off my question? Thank you.
The question, and do you think it is odd for a person to change their story 14 years, or is it 14 or 12 years? 12 years later to say something completely the opposite.
Thank you.
Yeah. People's memory does change over time. That's part of why we document things the way it is when it happened, when we talk to them.
So when you talk to people, did you get any statements from the boyfriends when they came over? You said no, right?
Investigator Shingle talked to them down in the lobby.
And you didn't tell them to get handwritten statements, correct?
Didn't tell them to get what?
You did not tell him to obtain handwritten statements, correct?
I did not.
And it's, as a police officer, an investigator, a detective, if a person says on the stand that they had a statement that they gave to you guys that day, why isn't it in your report? Is it because it didn't happen, or is it because you guys lost it?
To my knowledge, they did not give a written statement.
And so if one of the boyfriends is absolutely certain he signed a statement and gave it to Irving Police.
Objection, comparative testimony.
Sustained.
It's a hypothetical question, Your Honor, and he's an expert in this case.
Sustained, Ms. Neese. Rephrase your question.
Okay, so let's talk about hypotheticals. So let's say you're an investigator on a case and two boyfriends come in and they tell you they just saw their girlfriends in a car or their fiancés in a car with a dangerous person and they're worried about them and asking how they are. Is that not weird to you that they didn't know those girls were dead yet?
They did not witness the offense, so they had no way of knowing they were dead.
They told you that, but do you believe that?
That they were not there when it happened? Yes, I believe they were not there when it happened.
You believe they followed the loves of their lives and then just turned the other direction?
Yes.
Okay. One of the detectives the other day said, let me ask you this. What if Edgar now says your Irving police report is incorrect and that it was him and his father at the police station? And him and his father were the ones following the taxi prior to the girls being murdered.
Objection, comparative testimony.
Sustained.
Did Edgar call you in August of 2008? You have that in your report.
I believe he did.
He left you a voicemail, right? And you called him back.
Yes.
And he asked you the status of the case.
Yes.
Why would he be asking you the status of the case if you guys already had this FBI 10 Most Wanted fugitive bulletin out and you guys had all the media out looking for Yaser? What would be the status of the case if the case was closed already?
the case was not closed, and in August of 2008, it was not on the 10 most wanted.
Okay,
And I often had people call me, has he been found? What's the status?
let me ask you, the case was closed in regards to suspects because immediately that evening, you had determined in your mind the suspect, correct?
Yes.
So you are not investigating any other suspects. So what would be the status of the case that Edgar, what do you think he's calling about the status of the case for?
Probably wanting to realize, have we found Yaser?
Why doesn't he just watch the news? Maybe he's calling to see if you found any evidence against him, right? Maybe that.
If I wanted to know the facts of the case, I sure wouldn't call the news. I'd call the investigator.
Okay. Right, if he has a statement changing everything in your report, he should have given that to an investigator, is that right?
If he had a statement?
Yes, if he had a statement that he says he wrote out, changing everything that's written in your Irving police file, wouldn't that be important for that gentleman to give it to you guys?
Who would he have given this statement to?
Whoever's investigating the case, the team of detectives that he had been calling.
There was no written statement.
Thank you. Is it weird that an alibi witness for somebody now has changed, and then their new alibi witness is unavailable and in another country and can't come here? Is that like weird if you have that on a case?
After 14 years, people move. Lives
Yes or
change.
no, sir? If you had a case where an alibi witness for a person involved knowing the decedents has changed their alibi witness the eve of trial, and that alibi witness is no longer available, does that raise a red flag as an expert in police investigations of crimes against people?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
If you are investigating a case, okay, a general case, and an individual who's closely related to the decedent, do you know what decedent means, right?
The dead person.
Yes. And their one alibi witness has completely changed from their original story that they gave you, and the new alibi witness is no longer available. Is that odd as an investigating officer on a crimes against a person?
If a suspect's alibi witness is not available to talk to, is not.
Changes. They changed their alibi witness completely, and then the new one is unavailable and not in the country. Would that pique your interest as a detective?
It all has to be verified. It all has to be talked to.
Correct. But isn't that odd? Because that's why you would investigate it further? It would pique your interest, right? Yes or no? It's okay to say
We'd
yes.
want to talk to that person, yes.
Yes, you would want to talk to them. Exactly. And how many people did you guys talk to about those boyfriends?
The boyfriends were not suspects.
So 0 people. Just say that. 0. Nobody. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk about Jonathan. I want to talk about, before we get into Jonathan Moreno, okay, I want to know what do you consider a reliable witness to be? What are you looking for regarding reliability of a witness as an expert in investigations on crimes against people?
Someone that gives us credible information that we can verify.
And what are the qualities that Patricia had when you met her in 2008 that made her a reliable witness?
Made who?
Patricia Said Owens.
Right, I know you're talking about.
What were the qualities that you saw in her that made her reliable to you in your investigation?
She's the mother, so she knew what's going on within the household. She knew what was going on leading up to this.
Didn't you get a lot of calls that were saying negative things about Patricia and that she's a liar?
Yes,
Her sister Connie, who we heard from on the first day of testimony, is the one that called you and told you that, right?
yes,
That she's a liar and that she's on a lot of drugs, is that correct?
I don't recall the drugs, but yeah.
Oh. How about other people calling about Patricia? Who's Joyce Buchel or Buchel?
Future.
Yeah, who's that?
Is that her? I believe that's her aunt.
And she said a lot of horrible things about Patricia,
Yes,
right?
yes,
These are family members.
yes.
Okay. And Yaser's family's like, heck no, we don't even know what's going on, why this is happening, and we would never do such a thing, correct?
Yes.
And Patricia's family's like, why is she arrested and why is she even being believed? That's what they're asking you, right?
They're wanting her arrested, and they're telling me that she's not telling me all the truth about all the things that happened in the family. And I stated in my
And
report
the truth about things that were happening
within the family.
presently, right? With everything. She wasn't honest about a lot of things with you, right?
Mostly relating to violence within the family.
So when she, let's talk about do you know any Middle Eastern families personally?
No, people that work at the station, but not personally.
Do you have a family of your own?
Yes.
And you have kids? I don't have kids.
Objection, relevance?
No, I'm trying to lay the foundation.
Sustained.
Do you, as an investigator and an expert in investigations, think it's appropriate for a mom to behave the way that Patricia behaved in this whole, prior to this incident and after this incident? Do you think that's appropriate behavior for a mother?
Objection, relevance?
He's an investigator, he's an expert.
Sustained.
So the mission statement of Irving Police, it says, are you familiar with what it is?
Yes, but I can't quote it.
Okay. I can quote it for you if that's okay. It says, deliver exceptional services and promote high quality of life for residents, visitors, and businesses. What does that mean to you?
That we help our citizens do the best investigation that we can.
Do the best investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about some investigations. So are you familiar with NIJ?
Sounds familiar, but I can't place what it is.
It's like the training manual for law enforcement on how to do investigations. They're the people that put out that manual. Are you familiar with the manual?
No,
Did you read the manual before you started your job in Irving?
I don't believe so.
How about the National Institute of Justice? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what this is.
Okay.
And what do?
I do not know.
They put out guidelines for how investigators should do investigations.
Okay.
Does that sound about right to you?
If you say, I'm taking your word for it.
Okay. First thing says to pre-interview and review available information. Plan to conduct the interview as soon as the witness is physically and emotionally capable.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her reading a document that's not admitted into evidence.
Sustained.
So you're not familiar with any of the guidelines to do investigations, is that correct?
I've been to numerous schools and on-the-job training. I do not know what you're talking about.
So let's talk about Patricia again. We were talking about, you had pulled a lot of information we heard from like Hill County, Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an old case for sexual abuse of the girls that got recanted and dismissed by the district attorney's office over there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you pulled all the records and stuff from other cases and found affidavits
Yes, ma'am.
that Patricia had previously filled out. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what those affidavits say? They were in your report.
No, I don't.
Do you think that if I approach you and show you the affidavits, that it would help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Great.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to hearsay. These are not sworn statements from the sponsor, from this witness. So this is also improper impeachment.
Your Honor, we're not using this for the truth of the matter asserted. This information was brought up in the DA's direct of other witnesses. So we just wanted rule of optional completeness, show them the information that all those cases were dismissed.
I
and
think
no
that's
longer
already
pending.
before the jury. Well, these affidavits were not made by, this witness, is that right?
Well, he obtained them from the police files of other locations, and he put them in the file as part of his report. And so I'd like to go over that information with him, because he used that as part of his investigation.
Of
These
the states?
affidavits, Your Honor, these affidavits were made by Patricia Said, is what I'm understanding. So once again, it's improper impeachment, and it's hearsay.
I'm not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, that's why they're the Patricia statements.
She's attempting to get him to read from the sworn statements of what was said, Your Honor.
No, I'm just trying to refresh his memory and see if it will help the jury understand the full.
Refreshing his memory regarding, Patricia's affidavits.
He used Patricia's statements about prior abuse as part of his investigation. And he pulled these affidavits from the police files of those cases, and I would like to go over those with him.
Ms. Muse, if you want him to freshen his memory,
Yes.
Regarding somebody else's affidavits, you may do so, so long as you don't elicit any testimony regarding the contents of those affidavits. So to that extent, the state's, objection is sustained.
Okay, so may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Hennig, or Detective Hennig, so could you review these? Are these the affidavits that you obtained as part of your investigation? And you can review them silently, one by one. So after reviewing those, Patricia, do you think she's a reliable witness when she takes back statements all the time? And pulls back her allegations about everybody, family members, she recants the bad things she says about other people, is that right? Because it's not true. She said, what I said is not true. The things I did in those cases were not true. Is that right? Yes or no?
I don't really know how to answer that. She downplays things. She at
Yes
first
or
told me
no?
there was
These
no violence.
affidavits you
Your
just
Honor, I'm
reviewed.
object to allowing the witness to answer.
Sustained.
You're asking about how she is and how she wasn't totally truthful with me, and that's correct. She at first told me there's no abuse, but the more I talked to her, the more she told me.
So
The
why-
more I learned from other people, and I go back and question her, then she'd tell me about it. It's like she was in denial or naive or
Or maybe just a liar.
controlled.
Or maybe just a liar. Her version of the truth is maybe different from reality. Is that right? Have you ever come across people like that?
I didn't really feel like she was lying. I just felt like she was downplaying things.
Or maybe her reality is completely different from everybody else's. Is that right?
I've stated it the way I see it. She's just downplaying it. She's minimizing.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Defense Exhibit 1, 2, and 3, which I will mark, and I'm moving to admit them into evidence to show the jury.
I'm sorry, what are defense exhibits 1, 2, and 3?
2, 3, and 4. I'm sorry.
And what are they?
They are affidavit from Patricia Gale Said, notarized, and this is from an affidavit from Terry County. This is a County of Dallas affidavit that she signed, Patricia Said, January 5th, 1999, that's also notarized, and another affidavit, February 16th, and there's not a year listed. I'm not sure what year this was, but it is notarized as well from Patricia Said.
All right, would you tender those to the state?
Yes.
Does the state have any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. First of all, Your Honor, Detective Henning is not the proper witness to get any of these statements through, as I articulated earlier. If they would like to recall Patricia Said, she has been subject to recall, and they can call her in this case. But this is hearsay. They have not given you a proper rule under the rule of law, how this is even admissible. And it's improper impeachment because these are not statements that Detective Henning made.
Your Honor, it's not hearsay. That's why it's admissible. I'm not using it as hearsay. And he relied on all this information to determine that Patricia Said was a reliable witness in this case that he investigated.
Thank you. State's objection is sustained.
So I want to ask you this. So police are only correct when you need the case to be used against someone, right? So in this situation, like all these other counties that investigated stuff, they're wrong. And they were incorrect in taking Patricia's word and taking a doctor's report that said nothing happened. That they're wrong in their decision to dismiss that case, right? That's what you're saying now?
I cannot agree to that.
Okay, so another DA's office and police department investigated those allegations, just like you investigate stuff, and decided that this isn't a case, so dismiss it, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. This line of questioning is to elicit hearsay.
It's part of the
Sustained.
investigation. So you relied on these statements and you just don't think what the DA's office in that case, they did the correct thing. You think it was the wrong thing they did.
I'm not relying on those statements at all.
You're not relying on these statements?
I'm relying on the statements that I took. My conversations with Patricia, my conversations with the people involved in the case, not something that happened years and years ago.
Patricia's story would go back and forth, right? Or yesterday she said that, did Patricia go to Egypt after all this happened?
Not that I'm aware of.
Didn't she call you asking for a passport?
Yes.
Didn't Connie or Joyce or one of those individuals tell you she was going to Egypt?
I don't think she ever went to Egypt, I don't think.
But they told you.
I don't recall that.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
You were informed by people that she was going to Egypt.
Not that I recall.
What about, let's go back to the political climate, I guess, in Irving around Middle Eastern people. Are you aware of that since you worked there for so long?
I'm not political at all.
No, I'm asking, isn't Irving where Irving police arrested a 15-year-old boy
Objection,
for having...
relevance.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may 1 second. Before the porter needs to get back to her.
Sorry, I apologize. You ready, Ms.
All
Bennett?
right, I'm ready.
Okay. Your Honor, we ask that that last question be struck from the jury.
Yes, that last question shall be struck from the record.
All right. May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. So let's go into, as an expert in the field of law enforcement, what does due process mean to you?
That we investigate it and properly and follow the leads to come to the end result,
For what purpose?
to make sure the right person is arrested and correct brought to justice.
Or also, would you agree it's to obtain all the evidence that you can in a case,
Yes,
and then present that evidence to a district attorney's office so they can review it?
yes,
And then they determine who's gonna be indicted on a case?
yes,
So y'all didn't get all the information and evidence, right? We don't have the fingerprints, correct?
we have all the evidence we were
Sir,
able to
answer
get.
the question. You don't have any fingerprints, correct?
No,
You don't even have an offense location, correct?
no, we have where the bodies were found.
Correct, no offense location. You don't have a weapon, correct?
Correct,
You don't have any bloody clothes, any footprints, anything from around the scene or anywhere in Irving where tons of police officers were searching for Mr. Yaser Said,
correct, correct,
You don't have a surveillance camera with Yaser Said anywhere near that hotel or anywhere.
correct,
Okay. You don't have any DNA evidence.
correct,
You don't have any eyewitnesses except for the two boyfriends right before it happened, correct?
and the victim, Sarah.
Sir, okay. And let's talk about no gun residue either. Nobody tested for any gun residue anywhere to even see where the shots were fired inside or outside the car. Is that right?
No, the bullet trajectory was
Right.
Identified.
But we're talking about complete investigation. So complete investigation is a list of things that you should probably go through to make sure you cross all your T's and dot all your I's before you send something over to their office to try and imprison somebody. Is that correct?
It's not TV. We have to go with what we're able to obtain, not what.
You didn't obtain anything, sir. Is that right?
No, you're wrong.
What did you obtain? Where are the fingerprints you obtained?
There are not always fingerprints present.
But y'all didn't look, right?
Your Honor, at this time, I'm objector already
No.
asked and answered and argumentative.
Your Honor, I like to take him
Sustained.
as may I take him as a hostile witness? It's
You may not. This is cross-examination.
Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. I forgot. I started first. The thing is, you guys never compared anything. You never took prints to even just rock solid, put him in the car, even driving. Like, y'all didn't even do any of that, right?
Wrong. We have him in the car.
Sir, answer the question. You didn't take any prints inside the car to see if he was by himself or anybody, like with anybody else, right?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
He didn't answer it.
Sustained. You've elicited this piece of testimony from this witness a number of times.
Okay, is it your testimony? Oh, let me ask you this question. You had said that the FBI put you guys were in charge of the local leads.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why it took 12 years to find him 30 miles away from where the bodies were found? Because Irving was on the case looking through those leads?
No, because we didn't know where he was.
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat your answer?
So no, we don't know where he was for those 12 years.
And he was only 30 miles away.
No, 30 miles away was where he was found.
He never flew out of the country. Your statement yesterday said he never got out of the
My
country.
personal opinion is he did.
But the FBI said he didn't, right?
We cannot find any record of him doing
Sir,
it.
the FBI said he didn't, right?
We did not find any record of him doing it.
So you were particularly in charge of the local, checks for that? You yourself were the.
Following up on local tips, yes.
And then what about the DNA test? You guys obtained DNA evidence, is that correct?
At what point are you talking about?
The swabs from the car, when y'all were at the crime scene. Y'all took some swabs from the vehicle, correct?
Okay, yes.
I'm asking you because you're the investigator. You did that, right? Your office took swabs of the vehicle,
That would be Officer Investigator Hazard would have done that.
and he did that in your report that you reviewed. as
I
part
don't
of
recall.
Okay. If he took the swabs and didn't send them to Swifts, would that be bad? You know what Swifts is?
I do.
Okay. Would it be bad if somebody took DNA samples and didn't send it there?
I don't know the sample that you're referring to. And
What is Swift?
there was not a question as to who the suspect was.
Can you first tell the jury what Swifts is?
What SWIFT is?
Yes.
Southwestern Institute of Forensic Science. They're the crime lab.
And what do they do for the police?
They analyze any evidence that we submit to them.
And DNA swabs were done and not submitted to them, right?
I do not recall.
Let's talk about Joseph Moreno. Oh, before we get into that, you said yesterday that you had mentioned Lori Gibbs was the FBI agent working with you on this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Lori Gibbs is the one who screwed up when she put honor killing on the first post for this FBI 10's Most Wanted list, right?
No, this was their initial, when they first initially put it on, it was not the 10 most wanted.
But it said honor killing. you
She
said?
told me that she had put honor killing on it, yes.
And then you asked her to remove it,
Yes.
and you said yesterday, I believe when Ms. Black asked you, that's because Irving didn't believe that that's what it was. Is that right?
Honor killing is something that another culture names something. It's a murder.
So why is honor killing like all throughout the police report? And then why is it kind of what's discussed? Because you had a lot of connections with the media in this.
Yes.
correct? And the media was portraying, I mean, some of these individuals on the jury saw the news probably, and are you gonna deny that honor killing is what was spread all throughout the world about this offense?
Honor killing is something that the media started calling it. The police never called it that.
And when the FBI did, and you were working closely with them on this case, right?
We started working with them in June of 2008.
Oh, and that's actually when Ms. Gibbs told you you had the wrong social security number for Mr. Said, is that right?
I believe she told me she found another one, yes.
No, she said you guys had the wrong one.
Okay.
You said that it was the wrong one. So after about, I think 8 weeks of being on the case, you finally figured out that you had the wrong social for your main suspect. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Let's talk about Joseph Moreno. You know about him, right?
Yes.
And there was a plan about him going to Vegas on January 2nd when he saw Amina to get married. Is that correct?
I don't recall that.
Did he call you and tell you that he had a plan?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you get any information in your investigation that informed you of a plan where Amina was going to go with an ex-boyfriend and get married to that gentleman, Joseph Moreno?
Objection, hearsay.
It's part of his investigation.
Sustained.
What did you learn from talking to Joseph Moreno?
When I first heard about Joseph, it was from his mother. And then I asked Patricia about him, and he's an old boyfriend from a couple of years before.
So Patricia told you he's not the current boyfriend.
Patricia and Islam.
Did you talk to him further about any relationship or anything like that with Amina?
I think I talked to him later on in the investigation, and I think he was stating that he had talked to her a few days before this, and that he still believed they were in a relationship.
Okay. And his mother confirmed that with you too, right?
Yes.
How many murders have you investigated in your career?
I've been involved in one way or the other, probably over 70.
And how many exonerations have you been involved in?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Can you explain what an exoneration is to the jury?
I believe you're referring to when someone is found guilty and later discovered that they were innocent.
Okay, and you're familiar with those, right?
I hear about them, yes.
And they actually do them in all these courtrooms, you know, everybody's smiling about, sorry we locked you up for 30 years, right?
I'm going to continue to object to this line of questioning as relevant, Your Honor.
Sustained, Ms. Muse. Limit your questioning on this topic.
Thank you, Judge, I'm sorry. And so, how many exonerations has Irving PD had?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How many cases have you investigated that have led to exonerations?
None.
Objection, relevant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Muse, I think you've asked enough on this point.
Okay. And Irving didn't even find Mr. Said and Justin, is that right?
Correct.
Another agency did, the FBI?
Correct.
You guys couldn't even find him in Justin, Texas.
Correct. We did not.
So, the night that Islam and Patricia were at the police station, Eric and Edgar came that same night, correct?
Yes.
And Islam told you that night that these two boys were suspects, correct?
He told me about him. I don't.
He said that they were the ones that you need to speak to, correct?
I believe he did. Yes.
And you didn't take his word for it because it didn't fit your narrative. Is that correct?
I was not following a narrative. I'm following the facts of the case, the evidence.
You didn't follow the facts and the evidence, sir. You guys made a narrative immediately, and that's what you stuck with. And now, you guys wasted so many taxpayer dollars.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Is it your testimony today that these are absolutely not honor killings?
I do not know. I do not have firsthand knowledge of what an honor killing is. There's no such thing as an honor killing. You kill somebody, there's no honor to it. It's a murder. That is another culture's term.
Can you say that last part?
Do what?
Can you repeat that last part?
An honor killing is another culture's term for some type of murder. As far as the police are concerned, the law is concerned, you shoot or kill somebody, it is a murder.
Okay, so
There's no honor to it.
you said that you guys told Lori Gibbs to take down the honor killing thing when the post went up, right?
Yes.
Did you tell all the other people that called you from the media to not say honor killing? I didn't see that in your report.
I cannot tell the media what to say. I only tell the media that we do not call it an honor killing.
I didn't hear them report that anywhere.
I'm not responsible for what they report.
Okay. And it's murder 101 for an investigation, like murder investigation 101, right? To interview all witnesses that were present at the scene of finding the bodies, is that correct?
Yes.
Like y'all did.
Yes.
And it's also Murder Investigation 101 to interview the last people that saw the decedent alive. So the first person that finds the body and the last people to see them alive are suspects in most murder investigations. Is that right?
No.
And you consider that a proper investigation? That's your testimony today?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Thank you. Any other questions by the state?
No further questions for this witness.
May this witness be released. May this witness be released, Ms. Muse? Ms. Muse, may this witness be released?
Yes, he may be released,
All
Judge.
right. Thank you, Detective. Okay, all right. Let's give Ms. Holt a few, seconds. Go ahead, Ms. Holt. Are you asking to approach Mr. Lawler?
Yes.
Okay. All right, state, call your next witness.
Your Honor, State calls Dr. Brusecki.
Judge, we're going to take this witness on board,
Can we have him up here first and sworn?
I'm sorry?
Let's have him up here and sworn first.
Your Honor, we might need to approach, because can we approach real quickly?
Let's get the witness up here first, have him sworn and see who he is, and then we can consider what to do.
Will do.
Oh, if you would come up here to the stand, thank you. All right, do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, state may proceed.
Have you approached, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Let's be back at 10:10. reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and we are outside the presence of the jury. Okay, we have the medical examiner on the stand, called by the state, and the defense had an objection immediately. Mr. Lawler?
Thank you, Your Honor. Do we have permission to voir this witness?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You are Dr. Amy Guzecki,
Yes.
and can you spell your last name?
Gruszeki.
Okay. And you were a medical examiner with the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office.
Yes.
And who is the chief out there at the time you were employed there and chief still?
Who is the chief? Was the chief then? Is Dr. Jeffrey Bernard.
I'm sorry?
At the time I was employed, it was Dr. Jeffrey Bernard.
Both?
Yes.
Both then and now?
Yes, sir.
What was his name?
Jeffrey Bernard.
Yes, Dr. Bernard.
Brad, I'm sorry. Can you bring the microphone closer to me? Thank you.
When did you leave the employee of the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office?
November of 2009.
Okay? And is it true, Dr. Gruzecki, you were given a choice of leaving on your own, not resigning, or be fired?
Yes.
Okay? And that was over the issue of you falsifying documents, particularly using sick leave when you were moonlighting and testifying in other cases, jurisdictions.
I did not falsify documents. I used a sick leave.
That's
And
what they believe.
correct. I did not falsify documents. I used a sick day when my son was sick. And I had to also testify in a homicide trial in Mississippi. But I did not falsify any documents.
Okay? Now, the cases that you had been assigned to at the time you resigned were reassigned to other medical examiners. Is that correct?
That was not my choice. That was theirs. Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry?
That was not my choice. That was theirs.
That they were reassigned to other medical examiners.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And you're familiar with the fact that they found fundamental errors that you had made in your examinations, and all your cases had to be gone through again.
I'm not familiar with any of that. I was never made aware of any of that.
Okay? And you are familiar with the fact that this DA's office, the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, would not call you and would not verify your credentials or your abilities or your capabilities.
Objection, that is not true.
It is true.
Well, the state can ask a witness. Go ahead, Mr. Lawler.
Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any of that.
Okay? And in fact, that issue, have you ever been banned from testifying by the Dallas County District Attorney's Office?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay?
I have testified in Dallas County since. I've also been here as a defense witness as well.
Okay? And have you heard, you know what Brady information is?
I have. I am. Yes.
You're familiar with what Brady information is?
Yes.
In the legal sense?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the fact that the DA's office used to put you on a Brady list?
I'm familiar with that. Yes.
You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And all this previous information, which we've now gone through, was what was disclosed to the defense in those cases. Is that correct?
I don't know what was disclosed to a DA's. I don't know what was on a Brady list.
Did you know that you were on the Brady list?
I'm aware that I was on a Brady list previously.
That's all the question we have.
Thank you. State?
You were, you resigned in 2009, November of 2009?
Yes.
At the time, 2008, when this autopsy was done, there was no issue with you and Swifts at the time, is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Well, fundamental error is fundamental error. And that's what they found you had engaged in your examinations. Is that correct?
That's untrue, sir. I had no problem with my autopsy reports. I've had testified since then in many trials since then. I had no problem with any of mine. I've been accepted as a witness in court many times since then, in many courts since then. I've had no problem. I have a fundamental problem with you making these allegations because they are absolutely untrue. It It is very common for the Dallas County Court to use other medical examiners to testify for other forensic pathologists who have left since then. It is untrue that I have had fundamental errors. I have not been, none of this has ever been brought to my attention in any way, shape, or form. I have never had fundamental errors with my autopsy reports. I have never been shown to be an incompetent forensic pathologist. That is untrue, absolutely untrue.
And that's what Dr. Bernard would say?
I don't know what Dr. Bernard would say, but he is,
Doctor, I understand that you're upset, but wait for the questions before you make the responses, okay?
yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lawler, you were saying, did you have a question?
Yes. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No, well, except, Your Honor, the state is asking that he not be allowed to go into any kind of general things about fundamental errors. That she resigned from SWIFT's, obviously, but not any kind of specific instances of conduct regarding sick leave or broad generalizations about fundamental errors in which we have no information on. It's just, it's going into specific instances of conduct that is improper.
Not improper, perfectly admissible cross-examination of the witness, and all of this should have been disclosed by the state under Brady. It was not, never has been disclosed by them under Brady. So again, we move for mistrial.
Okay, so where did you get this information from, Mr. Lawler?
Dr. Bernard,
From the state.
Did the state make any disclosures?
Yes, Your Honor, the state does its dutiful Brady disclosures on Dr. Grusecki.
That was turned over to the defense?
Yes.
July 15th, 2022.
The texture?
Via text, Your Honor. I can, I'm going to put it up for the computer. I'm going to need to just to see that.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, we will offer it as an exhibit if you'd like. But also under Rule 608, going into specific instances of conduct is improper to impeach this witness's credibility. Moreover, this fundamental error is just a general thing that Mr. Lawler is talking about. There is no information at all contained within that.
Mr. Lawler, I'm interested in where you get this fundamental error lingo from. Were there any judgments from other cases where this
we can
witness?
call Dr.
Hold on
Bernard
one second.
at court's pleasure.
Let
We
me
can call
finish
Dr.
my
Bernard.
question, Mr. Lawler. Allow me to finish my question, okay? All right. I'm asking you if there are any cases where this witness testified that was reversed for a fundamental error.
Fundamental errors, in my definition, is when she falsely describes the cause and
Now, I'm
manner of
asking you
death.
about fundamental errors in appellate procedure.
Cause and manner of death.
Are there any cases that were reversed due to this witness's testimony?
I don't know about that.
Okay, then I would
You
instruct
call
you
Dr.
not,
Bernard.
I would instruct you not to use that language.
Well, okay, I won't use that language.
Is there anything else?
Well, we would also ask that he not, I will certainly get out that she resigned from SWIFT's, but not to get into the specific instances of conduct under which she resigned.
I mean, the defense is entitled to impeach this witness in any manner that they choose with whatever information the state has provided them on cross.
Okay.
On
I would still argue
cross-examination.
under 608 though, of the witness's character, it's 608B, that it is improper to go into specific instances of conduct to impeach a witness,
Thank you. If there's nothing else.
except for
that's-
criminal conviction. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I did not mean to
I
interrupt you.
understand, I understand. Well, this witness does not have any criminal convictions, but as I said, the defense is allowed to use whatever information that the state has turned over to them regarding this witness as impeachment material.
Okay.
Let's line up the jurors.
Your Honor, can we first wait and see what the state says they gave us? Rating wise?
Yeah, not provided to your account. Like the state's gonna offer.
The defense should have gone over all this information before today.
Your Honor, I think we just want to make sure it's the same information that was provided to us before today.
July 15th, 2022. There were two separate files marked Brady check. Excuse me, screenshot 2 Brady disclosure language, and I believe that's Brady check. And disclosure language. SWIFTs in parentheses, those documents in ACMS were textured, is the court referred to.
Your Honor, we're gonna have to call Dr. Bernard. The information that they give here is only that she falsified a timesheet for Dr. Bernard, not about the errors that were found in the examinations that she had previously done when they took over all her cases.
The defense is entitled to call whichever witnesses they choose.
But this Brady information is incomplete.
So all the receipts of the day, I don't need some stickers.
Yeah, we had some stickers in one second.
I would offer you some day.
Your Honor, we're gonna offer this as state's exhibit. The state's,
State's exhibit,
no, this last one was 247, it wasn't there. 248 for record purposes, Your Honor.
okay. Any objection by the defense?
No objection.
Which exhibit number is that, 248?
248, Your Honor.
And describe 248 for the record.
It describes the Brady information that was turned over to the defense regarding Dr. Grissetti on our list, our Brady list.
Okay, State's exhibit number 248 is admitted for record purposes only.
Thank you.
Is there anything else before we bring the jurors in?
Can we take a momentary break?
No,
We have not been allowed.
we just took a break. It's been about 20 minutes now.
We have not been allowed to leave the courtroom.
Deputy, would you ask Sheriff to bring the jurors in?
Your Honor, I would like to please take a step down and call my attorney, please.
Oh, hang on.
Okay. Ask Deputy Hart to send the jurors back to the. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Is that okay?
Okay, we're on the record.
Okay.
Let the record reflect that we are still outside the presence of the jury. The defense is, the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the medical examiner has requested an attorney. Is that right, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I'm being falsely accused of things that I did not do.
Thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
And Ms. Mitchell and Ms. Black, please stay in touch with her. Make sure she returns. I'm giving you all 15 minutes to be back here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
and have the medical examiner testify. She can have her attorney present when it's time for the defense to cross-examine her.
When it's time for cross-examination?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
So she can call her attorney and ask him to be on standby, but the state can go ahead and examine her in chief, okay?
Okay, now, we're trying to locate it right now. Judge, for now, I think she's still on the phone with them. Is there a way we can just move on to our next witness and then revisit this?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
He's the brain out on the phone right now.
George Camacho, Your Honor.
Okay. Is he not here?
I'm hoping he's in the workroom. He's on the 10th floor, so I think they're bringing him down.
Okay.
And we do need the interpreter.
right, let's line up the jurors.
Do you wish me to change my mask, or is this gonna be okay?
If you would wear the clear one, that would be
Okay.
great.
All right.
Please be seated. Okay, we're on the record.
Okay.
Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. We have an interpreter present. Ma'am, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Griselda Samano, Gricelda Samano, my license number is 163.
Thank you. And do you swear that you will interpret from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English as accurately as possible to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Camacho.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, may we swear in the witness as well?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Thank you for reminding me. Mr. Camacho, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Juro.
I do.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your first and last name for the court, spelling your first and last
No.
name for the court report?
Jorge Camacho.
Jorge Camacho.
Can you spell that for the court reporter, please?
¿Lo puede deletrear para la reportera del corte, por favor?
Jorge.
Jorge.
Camacho.
Camacho.
Okay. And Mr. Camacho, what do you do for work?
Señor Camacho, ¿qué se dedica usted?
Mantenimiento.
Maintenance.
Did you used to work for Canyon Apartments?
¿Usted trabajaba para unos departamentos que se llamaban Custodian?
Sigo trabajando ahí.
I still work there.
Okay. So you're still employed there?
¿Usted trabaja todavía ahí entonces?
Ujú.
¿Iba así o no?
Sí.
Yes.
And in August 14th of 2017, were you working there?
¿Y en agosto 14 de 2017 usted estaba trabajando ahí también?
Sí.
Yes.
Doing maintenance?
Haciendo mantenimiento.
Correcto.
That's correct.
What was the name of your manager?
¿Cuál era el nombre de su jefe, gerente?
¿En este momento o en el pasado?
Right now or in the
At
past?
the time,
En este
August
momento.
14,
Agosto 14 de
2017.
2017.
Se me olvidó el nombre.
I forgot his name.
Okay, I'll ask you, at some point, did you make contact with maybe assistant manager that worked there?
En algún momento dado usted hizo contacto a lo mejor con el asistente del manager en ese momento.
No.
No.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask you some questions and it'll make sense.
Voy a hacerle unas preguntas diferentes, a lo mejor esas preguntas.
Were you asked to go to an apartment to check out a leak?
¿Usted le pidieron que fuera usted a revisar un departamento porque había una fuga?
Correcto.
That's correct.
Was it apartment 348?
Era el apartamento 34A?
348.
Yes, 348.
Okay. Did you go to, in fact, check out the leak?
¿Usted fue y checó esa fuga? ¿A ese departamento?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what you did when you first knocked on the door at apartment 348.
Dígale al jurado qué fue lo que usted hizo cuando usted tocó en la puerta 348.
Yo llegué porque era una emergencia.
I arrived because it was an emergency.
Toqué la puerta.
I knocked on the door.
One time. Un tiempo.
One time.
Did anyone answer?
¿Alguien contestó?
No.
No.
Toqué la segunda vez.
I knocked a second time.
Nadie contestó.
Nobody answered the door.
Regresé a la oficina donde están las llaves.
I came back to the office where the keys are kept.
Y le expliqué a la manager
I explained to the manager
que no había nadie.
that there was nobody there.
Okay. And who was that manager that you explained it to?
¿Y quién era ese manager al cual usted le
Estoy
explicó?
tratando de recordar el nombre.
I am trying to remember the name.
Was it Michelle Jones?
Michelle,
Yes,
yeah,
okay,
that's,
Okay.
es
great.
correcto.
Yes,
That's
yes,
okay.
that's her, it's correct.
So then you told Michelle Jones and she said you could use your keys to enter the apartment.
Entonces
Correcto.
Michelle le dijo a usted que podía usar sus llaves para entrar al departamento.
Es correcto.
That's correct.
So do you return to apartment 348 with those keys?
¿Usted regresó al departamento 348 con esas
Es
llaves?
correcto.
That is correct.
And do you gain entry inside? Were you able to open the door and enter?
¿Y usted pudo entrar? ¿Pudo abrir la puerta y entrar?
No, volví y toqué.
No, I knocked again.
Why are you not able to go in with the keys?
¿Por qué no puede entrar usted con la llave y así a la pared?
Porque hay unas reglas primero que hay que tocar.
Because there are rules that we need to knock first.
Okay, so when you knock first, then you put the key back in?
Entonces usted tocó primero y ya después puso la llave.
Introduje la llave en la cerradura.
Yes, I introduced the key into the keyhole.
Does the door open for you?
¿Se
No,
abrió la puerta usted?
it's locked.
No, the door is locked.
It is locked from the inside?
Tiene candado por dentro.
Tiene candado por dentro.
Yes, it's locked in the inside.
Do you still try to open the door?
¿Usted de todas maneras trata de abrir la puerta?
Sí,
Yes.
How do you gain entry into the door?
¿Cómo puede entrar adentro de la puerta?
volví y golpeé duro, fuerte.
I hit really hard.
Le dije, es una emergencia,
I said, it's an emergency.
por favor, abran la puerta.
Please open the door.
Did someone on the other end of the door open it?
¿Alguien del otro lado de la puerta abrió la puerta?
Abrió la
entonces?
puerta.
Yes, they opened it.
Okay? What did that person look like?
¿Cómo se veía esa persona?
Una persona adulta,
It was an adult person,
Male or female?
hombre o mujer?
hombre.
Male.
Do you remember if he had any facial hair?
¿Usted recordaba si él tenía algún cabello facial?
Tenía barba
Yeah, he had facial hair.
y tenía una gorra.
And he also had a cap, a hat.
A hat? Did it come down with a
Yes,
brim?
cover.
Maybe like a baseball hat?
Como una de gorra de béisbol.
No, no exactamente de béisbol, pero tenía algo que le cubría la cara.
Not exactly as a baseball cap, but something that would cover his face.
Okay. Cover his eyes?
¿Le cubría sus ojos?
Tenía la cabeza agachada.
No, he had his face down.
He had his face down. Could you see the facial hair you mentioned? What color was it?
La barba que usted vio, ¿qué color era?
Blanca.
White.
Blanca con blanca negra.
White and black.
Like salt and pepper, black and white?
Como sal y pimienta, negra y blanca.
Ujú.
Ah, sí o no. Sí o no.
Sí.
Yes. Totalmente, pues.
Okay. Did you speak to that adult male?
¿Usted habló con ese hombre adulto?
Le dije que había un liqueo del aire.
I told him that there was an air leak.
Okay. Did you tell him where the leak was?
¿Usted le dijo a él dónde estaba la fuga?
Sí.
Yes.
Where?
¿Dónde?
Adentro en el baño.
Inside the restroom.
Okay. Did you go into the restroom to fix the leak?
¿Usted fue dentro del baño para arreglar la fuga?
Sí.
Yes.
Where's the adult male while you were working on the leak?
¿Dónde estaba el hombre que estaba ahí mientras usted estaba trabajando, arreglando la fuga?
Él me siguió hasta el baño.
He followed me to the restroom.
Okay. Can you see his face at this time?
Entonces,
No.
¿ya usted ya podía ver su cara en ese momento?
No.
So he keeps his head down.
¿Usted sigue
Yes.
manteniendo su cabeza abajo?
Sí.
Yes.
Is he still wearing his hat?
¿Todavía trae su
Traía la-
gorro,
ujú.
su puesto? Yes.
Had you entered that apartment before this day, Mr. Camacho?
¿Usted había entrado ya a este departamento antes de esta fecha? De este día,
No.
señor Camacho? No.
Had you ever seen this adult male at the apartments ever before?
¿Usted había visto a algún otro hombre adulto, ese hombre adulto en los departamentos antes?
No.
No.
Okay. After you fix the leak, what do you do?
Después de que arregló la fuga, ¿qué fue lo que usted hizo?
Regresé la tapa hacia el aire acondicionado.
I put the cover of the air conditioning back on.
Okay.
Cuando terminé fue cuando él levantó la cabeza y me di cuenta que era una persona de aspecto árabe.
When I finished, he lifted up his head, and that's when I realized that he was a person with an Arabic aspect.
Arabic?
Arabic?
Ujú.
Yeah, Arabic.
Okay, so then he lifts up his head and you're able to see his face.
Levanta su cara y usted puede ver su cara de él.
Ujú.
¿Sí o no?
Is this
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Is this before you leave the apartment?
Eso fue antes de que usted se fuera del departamento.
No, ya después, cuando ya me iba para el...
After, when I was heading out.
Okay. So then do you now leave the apartment?
Y luego ya se va usted del departamento. ¿Sí o no?
Me voy de fuera del apartamento
Yes.
para ir a la oficina.
I go outside of the apartment and I head to the office.
Okay. Do you go back and do you talk to your manager?
Usted
Ya.
regresa y habla con su manager.
A regresar las llaves fue cuando la manager me dijo, ¿usted vio esta persona ahí adentro?
So that's when I turned back the keys, and that's when the manager asked me, "Did you see this person inside that apartment?"
Okay, and that's Michelle Jones?
Y ella es
Michelle Jones, ya.
Yes, Michelle Jones, yes.
And you looked at the picture and did you recognize that person?
Entonces usted vio la foto y usted reconoció esa foto.
Reconocí la foto y le dije, es esa persona.
Yes, I recognized, I saw the photo and I told her, yes, that is the person.
Okay. What happens after that?
¿Qué pasa después de eso?
Después de eso, ella me dijo que ya cuando me volvió a hablar ella, que ya había comunicado con el FBI.
Yes, when she called me again, she told me that she had made contact with the FBI.
Why did she call the FBI?
¿Por qué le
I don't know.
llamó al FBI?
No tengo ni idea.
I don't know, I have no idea.
Did the FBI arrive?
¿Llegó el FBI?
Sí,
Yes.
Did they talk to you?
¿Hablaron con usted?
sí.
Yes.
Did you tell them everything that you told me here today?
¿Usted les dijo todo lo que usted me dijo aquí el día de hoy?
Correcto.
That is correct.
Now, at some point, when the FBI arrives, you tell them which apartment it is, right?
En un momento, en algún momento dado, cuando llega el FBI, usted les dice qué número de apartamento es, ¿verdad?
Correcto.
That's correct.
Okay, do you see the same person that you saw earlier looking at you through the blinds?
¿Usted ve la misma persona a la cual usted ha visto anteriormente que lo estaba viendo a través de las persianas?
Cuando yo le estaba mostrando al FBI qué apartamento era, cuando volteé la cabeza hacia arriba vi cuando el minivan se abrió y se cerró.
Yes, when I was showing the FBI which apartment it was, I looked up and I realized that the mini blinds were opening and shutting.
For the same apartment, 348?
¿Del mismo departamento?
Correcto.
348? That is correct.
When you were in 348, do you know if anybody else was in the apartment or just that adult male?
Cuando usted fue a ese departamento 348, ¿usted vio más personas en ese departamento o solamente esa persona?
Solamente esa persona.
Only him.
Okay. Do you see him again shortly after when the FBI is there?
Usted lo ve de nuevo, poquito después cuando llega el FBI.
Sí.
Yes.
When do you see him again?
¿Cuándo lo ve de nuevo?
Lo veo cuando regreso del lonche.
I see him when I come back from lunch.
Okay, where did you see him?
¿Dónde lo ve?
Pasar por el frente de la oficina.
He passed through the front of the office.
Okay. Did he look the same or had his appearance changed?
¿Se veía igual o ya se veía diferente su cara?
Ya él se veía diferente.
Yeah, he looked different now.
Okay. Tell the jury how did he look?
Pues explíquele al jurado cómo se veía él.
Ya se veía sin barba.
He looked without facial hair
Y el cabello peinado.
and his hair was very combed. Was combed.
His hair was combed?
¿Estaba peinado su cabello?
Sí,
Yes.
How was it combed?
¿Cómo estaba peinado?
para la parte de atrás.
Towards the back.
Combed back.
Ujú.
Como para atrás.
Was he wearing a hat?
¿Él traía ya
No,
un
nada.
gorro? No, nothing.
The person that you saw in that apartment and then the person that you saw later with the slicked back hair, with no facial hair?
Esa persona que usted vio en el departamento y la persona que usted vio después, ya sin cabello y con el cabello peinado hacia atrás.
Correcto.
Do
Correct.
you see that person in the courtroom today?
¿Ve usted esa persona en el tribunal el día de hoy?
Tengo la imagen.
Yes, I have an image on mine. I have an image.
You do?
Ya.
¿Usted lo tiene? Yes.
Okay. If I'm in chair number 1, chair number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which number is he in?
Ok, si yo por ejemplo estoy sentada en la silla número 1, mi compañera en la 2, el señor viejito en la 3, el otro en la 4, 5, 6, ¿en qué silla usted lo vería que está sentado él?
El que está en el medio,
¿En qué número de silla?
en la segunda silla.
The one that is in the middle on the second chair.
Next to the female,
Ujú.
¿Cerca de la mujer?
Sí.
Yes.
wearing a blue mask.
¿Que trae una máscara azul?
Ujú.
¿Digo sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Your Honor, we ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Mr. Camacho, where exactly are the apartments located? What city?
Señor Camacho, ¿dónde exactamente están localizados los departamentos? ¿En qué ciudad?
En Bedford, Texas.
in Bedford, Texas.
Is that at 2444 Harwood Road?
Es correcto.
That is correct.
And Mr. Camacho, just for clarification, when you went in with the key,
Señor Camacho, solamente para clarificar, cuando usted entró con su llave,
you knocked first,
usted
right?
tocó primero, ¿cierto?
Correcto.
Pues
That is correct.
Okay. When you put the key in, was the door locked from the inside?
Cuando usted puso la llave, la puerta estaba cerrada por la parte de adentro.
Estaba por la puerta de...
It was locked inside, yes.
Okay. So did the adult male have to unlock the door to let you in?
El hombre tuvo que abrirle, quitarle el seguro para que usted pudiera entrar.
Pero porque le dije que había una emergencia,
Yes, but because I told him it was an
que
emergency.
por favor tenía que abrir la puerta.
And to please open the door.
Do you know, I asked you earlier if you had ever seen the adult male before? Do you know? Oh, sorry.
Anteriormente, si usted ya ha visto a ese hombre con anterioridad,
No,
no.
Do you know who the owner of the apartment was?
¿Usted sabe quién es el dueño del departamento?
no.
No.
I'll pass the witness.
That's okay.
Can you get that?
Mr. Camacho, my name is Brad Lawler,
Señor Camacho, yo soy Brad Lawler.
and I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Le voy a hacer unas preguntas.
And if you don't understand them, just let me know and I'll clear it up.
Si no entiende, entonces hágamelo saber y yo se las hago de otra manera. Okay.
Now, when the FBI got there,
Cuando llegó el FBI,
and we can assume they were looking for one of the 10 most wanted fugitives in the United States,
y vamos a asumir que estaban buscando a los
they
10
didn't think to
fugitivos
cover the back of the
más
apartment.
importantes de los Estados Unidos. The interpreter's gonna ask the attorney to slow down a little bit, please,
Sure.
so I can finish interpreting. Thank you.
Sure, let me re-ask you. So when the FBI got there, and they were looking for one of the 10 most wanted fugitives in the United States, they didn't think to cover the back of the apartment.
No pensaron cubrir la parte de atrás del departamento.
Is that your testimony?
¿Ese es el testimonio de usted?
Ujú.
Digan sí o no.
Sí.
Yes.
That's all the questions we
Son
have.
todas las preguntas que
Thank
hay.
you. Anything else you'd like to say?
¿Algo más?
No further questions for this witness. Minutes will be excused.
Ladies,
We have no objection.
Ya se puede
Thank you,
ir.
sir. You're free to leave.
Se puede ir.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call investigator David Hull.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Statement proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Hull. Will you please state your name and spell for the record?
Yes, ma'am. It is first name David, D-A-V-I-D. Last name is Tull, T as in Tom, U-L-L.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm at the Irving Police Department.
And what do you do for the Irving Police Department?
Currently, I'm assigned in the electronic evidence section.
What does that division specifically do?
We do anything that has to do with computers, cell phones, vehicle forensics, etc.
Now, how long have you been with the Irving, are you with the Irving Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been with the Irving Police Department?
Since March of 2005.
And are you a police officer, a certified peace officer here in the state of Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said since 2005 you've been assigned to, you've been at the Irving Police Department. Did you have any prior law enforcement experience prior to coming to the Irving Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Now, were you employed with the Irving Police Department on or about August 14th, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that time, were you assigned to a special unit within the Irving Police Department?
Yes, I was. I was with the crime scene section, which is more the physical crime scene.
Okay, can you tell the jury what that specific unit does for the Irving Police Department?
Yes, we're the crime scene section is tasked with the collection of evidence, preservation of evidence, photographing the scenes. Pretty much anything that you've seen on CSI, that's kind of what we would do.
So in August 14th, 2017, were you asked to process a crime scene or investigate a crime scene at 2444 Harwood Avenue, apartment 348 in Bedford, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of an ongoing investigation regarding a defendant by the name of Yaser Said?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware that at that point had the defendant been captured? Yaser Said, had he been captured?
No, ma'am.
What was the reason that you were called out to process apartment 348 at 244 Harwood Drive?
It was believed that the defendant had been at the apartment for an unknown period of time. Obviously, he was wanted at that time frame. And so any indication that he had been there, they wanted to collect any evidence showing that he had been there.
And that apartment complex, the Copper Canyon Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, with regards to the apartment complex, that particular apartment, apartment 348, was that registered to an individual by the name of Islam Said?
I'm not sure who it was registered to.
Was a search warrant executed prior to entering the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that give you legal authority to go inside the apartment and take photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you process the exterior of the apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you process the interior of the apartment 348?
Yes, ma'am.
And who gave you direction to do that?
It was Investigator Curtis, as well as an agent from the FBI.
When you got to the crime scene, do you recall who you spoke to with the FBI?
I don't recall their name.
Does Grant Permender, and the reporter, that's Permender, does that sound familiar?
It does.
And you mentioned Detective Eric Curtis. Is he ultimately the lead detective or final detective prior to the capture of Yaser Said?
Yes, ma'am. Due to retirements, anytime there's an ongoing investigation, they'll hand it off to another investigator, and he took over the case.
Was Detective Curtis or Agent Permender, were they present while you processed the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, can you tell the jury a little bit about how this apartment looks like? Is it on the first floor or the second floor?
The specific apartment is on the second floor of a two-story apartment building. I believe it was, if you're looking at the stairwell up and to the left, there was basically an apartment on either side of the stairs. There was one entrance door and then one balcony. Other than that, it was a studio efficiency type apartment inside.
So before you entered the apartment, did you try to process the exterior of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you observe or collect any evidence in processing the exterior of the apartment?
Yes, there was a pair of eyeglasses, prescription eyeglasses, that were in a rocky area. Basically, if the balcony was up above where somebody would have either climbed down, fallen down, jumped down, and landed on the rocky area, that was about where the eyeglasses were.
And why did you collect those eyeglasses?
Just as the location of where they were at in relation to the apartment. I felt that it could have been related to somebody climbing over the balcony and leaving them.
So you seized the eyeglasses. Was there anything else on the exterior of the apartment that you collected or seized?
I don't recall.
Now, when you got to the interior of the apartment, did you collect anything on the inside of the apartment?
Yeah, the first thing we do whenever we go to a scene is we will photograph everything as it stands whenever we get there, as just kind of a general documentation. And then as we go through the apartment search, we'll locate any items of evidence and photograph them as well.
Was Yaser Said present at the apartment, or had he been arrested back on August 14, 2017?
No, ma'am.
Was there reason to believe that he had been in the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Investigator Paul, I asked you before you testified here today to take a look at State's Exhibit number 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, and I'm right all the way to 133. Did I ask you to take a look at these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize States Exhibit 111 through 133?
Yes, ma'am. They're
And-
photographs that I took.
Okay, and this would have been from August 14th, 2017,
Yes, ma'am.
and this would have been part of the processing of the crime scene.
Correct.
Any changes, alterations, relations of these photographs?
Not that I could tell.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 240. Do you recognize this photograph?
I recognize the apartment complex. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
is this the Copper Canyon apartment complex, the entrance leading into the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'm going to show you States Exhibit number 241. Is this a overhead Google Map view of where the apartment complex is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to offer States Exhibit 111 through 133 into admission. We're also going to offer States Exhibit number 240 and 241, tendering to defense counsel for objections.
All right, State's Exhibits 111 through 133. State's Exhibit number 240 and State's Exhibit number 241 are all admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish it.
You may.
All right, so Investigator Toll, let's actually borrow this easel for just a second. So we can kind of give the jurors perspective. When it came to where this apartment complex was located, was it located in the city of Irving?
No, ma'am.
Is it common if something's pertinent to an investigation, you may go into other jurisdictions to process crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
You had legal authority to go into the apartment, y'all executed a search warrant, and so we can see sort of where the apartment is based on States Exhibit 241, the overhead Google Map view. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then here in States Exhibit 240, we see the entrance of the apartment complex here in Bedford.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that right? Now, at the time that you went into the apartment, were you aware that the defendant, Yaser Said, was on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware that the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, was assisting in a parallel investigation at the same time that the Irving Police Department was working their case?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, so now let's run through these photographs that we just talked about, States Exhibit 111 through 133. Okay. So, mark this one. All right, so here in States Exhibit number 111, we saw similar to States Exhibit 241, the sign of Copper Canyon. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you know if Bedford is in Dallas County?
It is not.
Is it in Tarrant County?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we have here sort of a picture of the building with the apartment numbers 345 to 352. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you taking these pictures to show sort of perspective of where we're going?
Yes, ma'am. Generally, when we do photographs, we start from an overview and work our way to a more close-up view.
Okay, so here's States Exhibit 113. This is sort of a spread, a photo that's to the kind of pushed back, showing the building itself. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told us that the building, the apartment, is on the second floor. And you mentioned something about rocks. Do you see here States Exhibit 114? Why did you take this photograph?
That's on the side of the building. That balcony that you see kind of in focus there is the one below the subject's apartment.
Okay, and so, we see sort of like a windmill, a wind chime here on this bottom floor. This is not the apartment that we're talking about, is that right?
Correct.
And just because I want the jurors to get perspective of where we're going. Here in State's Exhibit 115, what are we looking at in this image?
So from that one, the upstairs balcony is the apartment that we're speaking about. The doorway that you can see there would be the door leading out to the balcony.
Now, we see the same sort of rocks here at the bottom by the first floor apartment here in State's Exhibit 115.
Yes, ma'am.
And then here's a more zoomed in photo of 116 and those same rocks.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you zoomed in here at 117. What is it that we see here in 117?
Those are the pair of eyeglasses that I was speaking about.
Okay, those were collected. Were they taken to the Irving Police Department in process?
They were taken to the Auburn Police Department. Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that subsequently the Federal Bureau of Investigations or the FBI took custody of those glasses?
Yes, ma'am.
And they actually did analysis on those glasses?
Correct.
All right, now what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 118?
That would be the stairs going up to the landing for the apartment.
Okay, so can you tell the jury where the apartment complex, or excuse me, where the apartment would be located in this image?
When you get to the top of the stairs to the left, you can see part of the window with the light on the left-hand side.
Okay, so that would be this apartment,
Yes, ma'am.
or this window, excuse me. And so we keep kind of traveling up the stairs, and in State's Exhibit 119, what we're talking about is that open door and that window that we see on the left side of this image.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's get to 120. We're at the top here, outside of the apartment. Does there appear to be damage on this window?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of how that damage came to be?
Prior to my arrival, I believe the FBI tactical team made entry into the apartment.
Okay. And so you don't know if is it fair to assume that the window was broken as a result of the FBI entering the apartment?
I would believe it was.
Or breaching the entrance of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that the door is open here in State's Exhibit 120. And then we see some debris here on the ground and some glass prior to the entry or threshold of the apartment. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we shifted the focus up a little bit so we can kind of look into the apartment at this point in State's Exhibit 122. And then the State's Exhibit 123, you do essentially a panorama view of what the apartment looks like as you're entering the apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see here in 123?
So that would be as you enter into the apartment over to the left-hand side. For perspective, the door frame in the right-hand side of the photograph would be the balcony door.
And then here in 124 is, we're kind of turning our attention to the right. Is this the other side of the living room area?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see some license plates here above the breakfast bar, some couches, those sorts of things.
Correct.
And it appears here in State's Exhibit number 125 that another image of how the apartment looked.
Yes, ma'am.
And again in 126.
Yes.
And now let me draw your attention to State's Exhibit 127. Were you aware as to whether, were you aware as to whether or not the door to the apartment was open or shut when FBI breached the apartment?
I was not told one way or the other.
Okay. Now, did you collect any other personal items within the home? Personal identifying information, like passports, documents, those sorts of things?
Yes, ma'am. There was a number of items that I collected.
So I'm showing your State's Exhibit number 128, and we're going to kind of just, is this an overview of some of the documents that you collected at the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's start here in State's Exhibit number 129. What is this document that we're looking at here?
It appears to be a photocopy of a Texas driver's license.
And whose driver's license
Is it Mohsen Said?
And Mohsen for the court reporter is Mohsen. Are you aware that Mr. Mohsen Said is the brother of Yaser Said?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is was this a copy of the driver's license or the physical driver's license?
That was a photocopy of the driver's license.
Then we see here in State's Exhibit number 130, a letter with a header from DFW Airporter 800 South Carroll Avenue, South Lake, Texas 76092. And in the body of this letter, we see, to whom it may concern, I, Mohsen Said, owner of DFW Airporter, authorize Maribel Gonzalez Said for Texas driver's license number 0625447 to renew all vehicle needs such as registrations, inspections, etc. If you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact me, Mohsen Said, at 817-528-44. And then there appears to be a signature line with Mohsen Said's printed name beneath it, but not a signature. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, this is all part of the apartment. All contents are within the apartment of the defendant's brother.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now let me draw your attention to State's Exhibit 131. What are we looking at here?
It's appears to be a U.S. passport.
And who is this a passport assigned to?
Islam Said.
Who is Islam Said to Yaser Said?
I believe it is his son.
And this passport, was this collected and processed?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we see State's Exhibit 132, a document in what appears to be Arabic. And then another document here in State's Exhibit 133. And does that appear to, if you know, does that appear, that photograph appear to be Islam Said?
It appears so.
A younger version?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, these items that you collected, were they stored with the Irving Police Department? Collected and did you take custody of them and store them with the Irving Police Department, at least temporarily?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you made aware, or were you made aware that some of these items were subsequently transferred to the Federal Bureau of Investigations, to Quantico, to be tested?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware as to whether or not Islam Said ever came back to the apartment?
I am not.
Did you ever speak to Islam Said, Yaser Said, Mohsen Said, or any other member that had personal belongings contained within the apartment?
No, ma'am.
Now, Investigator Toll, did you ever obtain fingerprints at this apartment?
We lifted fingerprints, but there were no successful matches located.
Does that mean that you weren't able to do a proper comparison against a known person?
Correct, either a known or unknown.
Were you given or provided Yaser Said's 10-print card to do a comparison against the items that you processed?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do a proper comparison between that 10-print card, which is the fingerprint card of Yaser Said, and the items that you collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to garner any results as a result of that?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass it over to her.
Thank you.
Detective, how you doing?
Good, how are you, sir?
All right. We saw a photograph among those that the state just introduced, and it's all the items that were you seized, and they were laid out on a bulletin board kind of thing.
It was, yes, sir, butcher paper. Yes, sir.
Was that at the apartment, or is that back at your office?
That was back at the office.
Back at your office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they weren't like that when you found them?
Correct.
At the scene.
Correct.
Okay. And do I understand that the FBI had previously, to your arrival, had their tactical team out there?
From my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay? And they had busted in the window to that apartment?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not they went into the apartment and moved all the stuff around before you got there?
I would assume that they made entry into the apartment, but further than that, I can only speculate.
Okay? And the condition that we see it in those photographs is not necessarily the condition it was in prior to the time the FBI tactical team went in there.
Correct.
And have you ever been on the Fugitive division there in the Irving Police Department?
No, sir.
Okay, but you're familiar with the way they do things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They'd get laughed out of the department if they didn't cover the back of the apartment when they're looking for somebody on their wanted list.
I would assume so.
That's all the question we have.
Anything else?
Nothing further for Detective Tall.
We have nothing further, we have no objection.
All right, Detective, you're free to leave.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes, you may. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Agent Daniel Jimenez.
Agent, do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Take a seat.
Yes, you may. Statement proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, 1 second. Good morning, Agent. Is it Jimenez or Jimenez?
Correct.
With a G, or soft G or a hard G?
I do hard G, but
Okay, I want to pronounce it properly. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Daniel Jimenez. That's Daniel common spelling. Jimenez is G as in golf, I, M as in Mike, E, N as in Nancy, E, Z as in zebra.
Okay, Agent Jimenez, where are you currently employed?
I'm a supervisory special agent for the Public Corruption Unit in the Criminal Investigative Division in Washington, D.C., FBI.
The FBI, so that's the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
That's correct.
So would that make you a member of law enforcement?
Yes.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Over 8 years now.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about what's required of you to become a federal agent or an FBI agent?
Well, the FBI puts you through a basic law enforcement training at Quantico. Requirements include a 4-year bachelor's degree and various types of topics, along with at least, I don't remember, 3 or 4 years of professional experience in related fields.
So, hey, Agent Jimenez, I have a pretty loud voice and I'm pretty hoarse, but we need you to use your outdoor voice today.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sorry about that.
It's the mask and it's not
Okay.
super well easy to hear in here, so I'm going to ask you to speak up for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to make sure they hear everything you're saying and the court reporter gets it too. So, Agent Jimenez, when you told us you've been with them for 8 years, with the FBI for 8 years, are you currently stationed here in the Dallas office?
No, I know I'm not. I'm in Washington, D.C.
Have you been stationed in the Dallas office?
Yes, I was in Dallas since 2014 up until July of this year.
Now, when did you start with the FBI? What month?
In June of 2014,
Now, were you aware or were you part of the team that led to the capture of Yaser Said?
yes, I was employed at the FBI and there in Dallas at the Violent Crimes Task Force as a special agent prior to my current position.
What types of investigations does the Violent Crimes Task Force handle?
The Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force of the FBI handles organized robberies, violent robberies, fugitive matters, organized crime in some respect, adult kidnappings, similar offenses, assist the local PDs with matters.
That's actually my next question. Were you aware of a parallel investigation going on with the Irving Police Department regarding the capture of Yaser Said, Abdel Said?
Yes.
And in fact, did the FBI also have its own individual investigation going on?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your agency and the Irving Police Department shared investigation tools and resources, but also information?
Yes.
Do you know an agent by the name of Lori Gibbs?
I do.
Who is Lori Gibbs?
Lori Gibbs was the first primary case agent of the fugitive matter involving the defendant.
Ultimately, did she retire from the FBI?
She did.
Did she do a lot of the investigation and work up until her retirement?
Yes.
And then, do you know an agent by the name of Mario Verna?
I do, yes.
Who is Mario Verna?
Mario Verna worked at the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force as an agent, and he was also the supervisor there. He's still at the Dallas office.
Did he assist in, was he the lead case agent after Agent Gibbs retired?
Yes, he was.
And at some point you said that you became the lead case agent, is that right?
Yes.
When did you take over as the lead case agent?
Pardon me.
That's okay, take your time.
So, in or about September of 2017 is when I took over the case as a primary case agent, lead case agent.
So up until that point, when you became the lead case agent, did you aid and assist Agent Gibbs and Agent Verna in the looking for and capturing Yaser Said?
Yes.
Were you made aware that Yaser Said had been placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about how one can get on that list, what the process looks like?
The 10 Most Wanted program is managed by the Criminal Investigative Division out of the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., and that program has been around since the 50s. It was initially initiated to garner media attention to fugitives, those that have committed a state and a heinous crime that would make them eligible to get media attention and get public assistance and tips to locate a fugitive. The process is quite stringent. You have 56 field offices in the FBI, and each office has a fugitive program, respectively, and there's 10 slots in the program, and offices submit their candidacy to FBI headquarters, and it is up to FBI headquarters and executive management to make that decision on who gets placed on that list.
Are you aware of when the defendant was placed on the FBI top 10 most wanted fugitive list?
Yes, that was December 2014.
Were you with the agency at that time?
Yes.
Who was the lead case agent, if you recall?
Lori Gibbs.
Lori Gibbs. All right. Now, up until what year was it again? I'm sorry.
2014. Yes.
December of 2014. Up until December of 2014, was the FBI conducting this parallel investigation with the Irving Police Department to locate the defendant?
Yes.
Are you aware of multiple tips and things like that that were being filtered or processed or investigated in the pursuit of locating the defendant?
Yes.
Once the defendant was placed on this list, is it fair to say that a lot more tips came in, a lot more resources were available to the FBI and the Irving Police Department for that matter?
Yes.
Were those tips also filtered and processed and investigated?
Yes, they were.
Is it fair, did you and your agency filter and process and investigate all of these tips?
Yes. Respectively, especially the ones that were very promising and led to something viable. Tips come from all over the country, sometimes simultaneously, but the ones that looked promising and had investigative leads, we followed up on.
Okay, and now that's important to say. Did you sometimes get some kind of crazy tips that didn't lead to anything?
Yes.
and when some tips were pretty viable and you would pursue.
Yes.
Now, I don't think I clarified this, but in order to be on the FBI top 10 most wanted list, was there a federal arrest warrant for the defendant before he was placed on that list?
Yes, so the case would, yes, that there has to be a federal arrest warrant for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. That's a U.S. statute 18 U.S.C. 1073, and then the case has to be unsealed before the defendant could be placed on the list.
So there was an active warrant for this defendant for unlawful, I'm sorry, tell me, say it one more time.
Unlawful flight to avoid
To
prosecution.
avoid prosecution. All right, and so did your agency ever file a murder charge for this defendant?
No.
Why not?
Murder charges are handled at the state level for the most part. There is a murder statute at the federal level. I believe that's 18 U.S.C. 1111, but that's handled in special circumstances and venues. For example, in maritime jurisdictions or Native American reservations, military installations, anywhere where the federal government has immediate and direct jurisdiction.
Okay, so in this case, the facts did not support a federal murder warrant, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but you did have sufficient evidence and probable cause to be able to pursue an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution warrant for this defendant?
Yes.
And so that warrant's issued, do you know when that would have been issued, that warrant?
That warrant was issued in August of 2008.
Okay, so about 8 months after Amina and Yaser Said were murdered.
Correct.
All right.
Roughly.
And Agent Gibbs would have been the lead on the case at that time.
Yes.
Now, you had an opportunity to review Agent Gibbs's file and Agent Berner's files and their supplements, is that right?
Yes.
Did you, when you became the case agent, did you review those and attempt to follow up and kind of start afresh?
Yes.
Tell the jury how, if you told us earlier that Agent Berner is still with the FBI and still at the Dallas office, why is it that Agent Berner didn't continue to maintain his position as the lead case agent?
Agent Verno was promoted to supervisory special agent, and he was assigned to a different squad. Supervisory special agents are not directly involved in investigating cases, in Dallas at least. So the case had to go to someone in the squad, in the program.
And so that's how you got assigned?
That's correct.
And when did you get assigned to that, to the lead case agent?
That would be in or about September of 2017, roughly.
Now, were you still with the squad in August of 2017?
Yes.
Were you aware of a lead at the Copper Canyon Apartments in Bedford, Texas?
Yes.
On August 14th, 2017?
Yes.
And what were you made aware of at that time?
I was made aware that there was a sighting of the defendant at the defendant's son's apartment at the Copper Canyon Apartments by a maintenance worker, and members of the squad, to include myself, we had already spoken to the manager in months or years prior and had built a relationship in the event that there was a tip or a lead that came out of that residence, that she would hopefully call the FBI and provide that information.
So, with regards to this, actually, you know what, Werner, may I approach?
You may.
Before we kind of go into specifics about Copper Canyon, let me show you State's Exhibit number 6. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 6?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit number 6?
It is a linked chart of family tree of some members associated to the defendant.
And so do we have a photograph of the defendant, his wife Patricia Owens, their date of births, their 3 children, Islam, Amina, and Yaser Said?
Yes.
And then there's an individual by Yaser Said. Do you know who that is?
Yes. Yaser Said is the defendant's brother, one of the defendant's brother.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to offer State's Exhibit number 6. Senator Defense Counsel for objections.
I would object to hearsay, Your Honor. The entirety of this, these are all out-of-court statements that were put on this exhibit. Did you you create this exhibit?
I did not.
Your Honor, it's hearsay and inadmissible.
What's the state's response?
It's a summary of the evidence that has been presented. I can certainly ask the detective about, or the agent about the girl's date of birth, their photographs, the witnesses have already testified. Yaser Said, I think, is the only person we haven't inquired about as far as his date of birth. It's a summary of the evidence that's already been presented, Your Honor.
May I take the witness number before the argument?
You may.
Special Agent, did you create this?
No, I did not.
Do you know who created it?
I do not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would object to hearsay under 801 and inadmissible under 802, and also improper foundation. This is something that was created by the District Attorney's Office for the purpose of this testimony, but he has no prior knowledge of this exhibit. So it's hearsay, the contents on it are hearsay, even the photos on it are considered hearsay and should be inadmissible.
Photographs are not hearsay, Your Honor. First of all. Second of all, I can establish with this witness what Yaser Said's birthday is, because I don't believe that evidence has come out. But I do believe under under Texas Rules of Evidence, (1006) summaries to prove content that this exhibit is permissible. And we can also offer for most purposes at this time. That's the case.
Does the defense have any objections to this exhibit be intended for record purposes?
Demonstrative purposes.
Demonstrative, sorry.
Your Honor, I would just re-urge the hearsay objections, and if it's appropriate according to the court for demonstrative purposes, then.
All right, the court will admit the exhibit for record purposes only.
For record purposes or demonstrative purposes?
For record purposes only, unless the state lays more foundation regarding some of the
Yes, sir.
depicted individuals.
I can, Your Honor. Okay. Agent Jimenez, do you know the date of birth for Yaser Said?
I don't have it memorized, but roughly I
Okay.
do.
Do you recall what it was?
Yes, that looks like his date of birth.
What was it?
July 17th, 1961.
Okay. Now, Agent Jimenez, can you tell the jury a little bit about, did you investigate the defendant's family and the years that this investigation went on?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury who the defendant's brothers are?
Yes, defendant's brothers are Yaser Said, as noted. There's Mohsen Said, Yaser Said, and then the defendant also has a sister,
What is her name?
Gada Said.
Were Mohsen, Yaser, and Yaser Said, did they live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area?
Yes,
Did the FBI conduct surveillance on their family, those respective brothers and their families?
yes,
Did this FBI conduct surveillance on Islam Said?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to ask that State's Exhibit 6 be admitted for all purposes of this time.
Does the defense still have an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm
Okay.
sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Go ahead.
We would re-urge hearsay objections, Your Honor, and furthermore, Texas Rule of Evidence 1005 is not for general admissibility. It is a best evidence admission, argument, or exception. It does not qualify here. Although he has investigated this, we don't believe that he's the best witness to provide this family diagram, which includes a number of hearsay statements. For those reasons, we would argue that it be prohibited from being admitted as evidence.
Thank you. Any further argument?
I would re-urge 1006, Judge. It says the proponent may use the summary chart or calculations to purport the contents of luminous writings, recordings, or photographs. It cannot be conveniently examined in court. The proponent must make the originals or duplicates available for examination or copy or both by the parties at a reasonable time and place. And the court may order that the proponent produce them, which we have done.
Thank you. State's Exhibit number 6 is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, Agent Jimenez, let's talk about State's Exhibit 6 here. We see Yaser Said, his date of birth, January 27, 1957. We see spouse, and who was he married to at the time that Amina Said died?
Patricia Owen Said. Yes.
Okay, and that we see her photograph here.
Correct.
They had 3 children, Yaser Said, Amina Said and Sarah Said.
That's correct.
And then we see a photograph of Yaser Said. This is the brother that we were speaking about. Right?
Yes.
Now, let's go back to Copper Canyon for just a second. Were you made aware who the registered owner of the apartment was? I believe it was 348.
Yes.
Who was the registered owner?
Islam Said.
Now, was the FBI conducting regular surveillance of Islam Said?
Right. Yes.
Were you able to obtain a copy of the lease for the Copper Canyon apartments?
Yes.
And did it appear that he had rented that apartment back on August 1st, 2016?
Yes, it sounds right.
Now, Agent Jimenez, you talked about how you spoke to the apartment manager, or your agency spoke to the apartment manager. Did you notify them that the FBI was looking into Islam Said, more specifically looking into the apprehension of Yaser Said?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
In hopes that if the apartment manager would elect to cooperate with the FBI, she would provide a tip whenever something suspicious would occur, and then we would be able to follow up on that tip, ultimately to locate and capture the defendant.
Okay. Now, were y'all, the FBI, in regular communication with the apartment manager at Copper Canyon?
Yes.
And at any point, did she provide information that there may have been a possible sighting for Yaser Said?
Yes.
And would that have been the August 17th date that I just mentioned?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
2017.
Correct.
Do you recall her name?
I'm going to say her name is Mary Michelle.
Michelle Jones?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you know an agent by the name of Grant Permenter?
Yes.
Who is Agent Permenter?
Grant Permenter right now, he's a supervisor at the Dallas FBI office. At the time when the sighting occurred in August of 2017, he was assigned to the Violent Crimes Task Force with myself and others. Did
he go out to the apartment at Copper Canyon upon receipt of this information from Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether he went by himself or with any other agent?
He went with others.
And was the FBI able to apprehend the defendant at that time?
No.
And can you tell the jury about why that might have been?
Because by the time that the sighting had occurred and the FBI, along with its partners, Irving Police Department, were able to obtain a search warrant to gain entry to the apartment, the defendant had escaped sometime in between that time.
Okay. And so, was the Irving Police Department notified that there was a sighting for Yaser Said?
Yes.
Did they appear on scene?
Yes.
Are you aware of evidence being collected from Islam Said's apartment 348?
Yes.
Are you aware of a pair of glasses being collected?
Yes.
Do you know if any analysis was done on those glasses?
Yes.
Can you tell us about what kind of analysis was done?
DNA kinship analysis. I was the one that actually sent that evidence to the Quantico lab, along with a DNA buccal swab of saliva of Miss Patricia Owens and the dry blood of the deceased victims, along with the evidence collected, various types of evidence that was collected on that day in August 2017. And the Quantico lab conducted DNA kinship analysis to determine the DNA profile of the father of the deceased victims.
So let me kind of just back up so we can explain what kinship analysis is to the jurors. Y'all had a buccal swab from Patricia Said.
Correct.
And what is a buccal swab? Because I don't know that we've actually explained this to the jurors yet.
Sure. So it sometimes looks like a Q-tip, and it's just taken and rubbed on the inside cheek or gums, and then air dried momentarily, and it's just saliva that's then secured within cardboard breathable space, and then maintained in a cool space or relatively cool space to then determine a DNA profile from that specimen.
Because she would be a known standard. We took a
Correct.
buccal from Patricia Said.
Correct.
What about Amina and Sarah? Were those blood standards taken from the medical examiner's office from the autopsy conducted on the girls?
Correct.
And then, this pair of glasses, we talked about kinship analysis. At that time, did you have a buccal swab of the defendant, Yaser Said?
No, not at the time.
Okay. So were the samples taken from Amina and Yaser Said, along with the buccal swab from Patricia Owens, were they subsequently tested against those glasses?
Yes.
And you know, everyone I think understands, at least basically understands genetics in terms of DNA. We get our DNA from half from our mom, half from our dad. Is that right?
Correct.
So it was sort of a process. Was it a process of elimination with regards to the kinship analysis as a result?
Yes, so to speak.
And were y'all able to assess who that unknown profile was?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was the father of the deceased victims.
And that would be Yaser Said.
Yes.
Now, after you take over as the lead case agent, so this happened, that Copper Canyon happens in August of 2017. You become the lead case agent in September of 2017. Do you go through any more leads in the process of your investigation?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that? What did you
Sure.
do?
Shortly after the apartment incident in Bedford, I learned that Yaser Said discontinued the use of his cell phone approximately
Yes, Your Honor, objection to hearsay. His testimony requires evidence that has not been admitted, and that evidence itself would have several hearsay objections if the state attempted to present it. They're trying to backdoor all this cell phone information without laying the proper predicate or actually introducing any of this evidence. So we would object under hearsay rules, Your Honor.
What's the state's response?
Well, Judge, I'm asking what he did next. He hasn't testified to what the cell phone evidence was that he obtained. He only testified that he obtained the cell phone information and we didn't, and then what he did next with it. He's not talking about the contents of what the cell phone records contain. And that's where the hearsay objection would be proper.
May I respond?
Yes, you may.
First of all, I believe that was a misrepresentation by the state. He had already gone into an explanation about the status of the cell phone that would have required the evidence that they have failed to produce. So I believe that her statement that he has not gone into anything and she was merely asking about whatever is a misrepresentation of what has happened here. Furthermore, I believe that if they want to get into any of it, they need to do it the right way. They need to get that evidence, they need to present it, lay that foundation, pull the proper witnesses, and get that in before they try and backdoor all this through this witness. So I object to 801 and 802 of the rules of evidence.
All right, the state is not to go into the contents of the cell phone.
You're wrong. Yes, sir.
The objection in that regard is sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So,
Disregard what testimony?
Yes, Your Honor, the content of that last statement he gave before the objections.
Ms. Holt, what was the last statement? I don't believe I heard anything about the contents of the cell phone.
The very last statement was shortly after, or the answer,
Yes.
shortly after the apartment incident in Bedford, I learned that Yaser Said discontinued the use of his cell phone approximately, and then objection.
So the ability,
That's not saying anything about the contents of the cell phone.
may I respond to that specifically, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
In order for them to know whether that cell phone is still in use, it would require the cell phone records that I keep referring to in this objection. There is no way that he can make that statement without having reviewed hearsay documents that are not before this jury and before this court.
Okay, your objection's overruled. The state is not to go into the contents of the cell phone.
understood, Your Honor. Thank you. So, Yaser Said turns off his phone. Are you able to track him?
Your Honor, I object.
We-
Just went into, again, there's no way that this officer can possibly know that information without hearsay statements. He does not have possession of that phone. He does not have ownership of that phone. He has no way without hearsay statements. I mean, that answer, her attempt to elicit that testimony requires, it depends on hearsay statements for him to answer this question affirmatively or negatively.
Your objection's overruled.
All right, let me ask the question again. After after you learned that Islam Said had turned off his phone, did you do anything with that
Then we
information?
have a running objection.
Yep.
Judge, I would object to both counsel
Sustained,
objecting.
one person at a time from each desk. And I've said that before. Who is going to make the objections?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay,
and
thank
we
you.
would- We
All
would
right.
request running an objection.
That's noted.
Okay, let me ask the question again. After Islam Said turned off his phone, what did you do with that information, and what did you do next?
We learned that Yaser Said and two others.
Your Honor, I apologize for having to continue to do this, but this,
You don't need to apologize. You're doing your job. Go ahead.
he is again, they're shifting from one set of hearsay documents to the next. He's about to go into an entirely different individual's cell phone, which is an entirely different set of hearsay statements. And it's just them trying to backdoor hearsay for this witness. So we object
I
on
mean-
801 and 802.
The objection, I think, is premature considering he hasn't even articulated what he's about to, what he did next. That was what my question elicited, and he's articulating simply that. So the defense objecting to hearsay is just preemptive, and it's intended to disrupt the proceedings as thus far. That he has not articulated any hearsay at this point, and it is, as I said, preemptive and premature.
Your
All
Honor,
right. And your objection is noted as a run-in objection. The state has been instructed not to go into any contents of any cell phones.
may I have one more objection?
Yes, go ahead.
I object to the sidebar comments about me as an individual and my intent to raise objections during this testimony from co-counsel. It's inappropriate, and I would object to any additional sidebar comments.
That's sustained.
All right, may I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. So, Agent Jimenez, Islam Said turns off his phone, what do you do next?
We learned various things. Yaser Said and two others show up at the apartment the day after and complain about what had happened at the apartment.
Objection, Your Honor, the complaint calls for hearsay. If Yaser Said is complaining, if the individual that he's speaking to is complaining, is calling for hearsay, that complaint is hearsay.
Sustained.
On August 15th, 2017, are you made aware of whether or not Yaser Said went to the apartment?
Yes.
And did Yaser Said attempt to collect Islam Said's belongings?
Yes.
Are you aware of there being a confrontation at the apartment?
Yes.
What was the nature of that confrontation?
Yaser Said and two others are upset at what happened at the search warrant executed at the apartment. Yaser had a power of attorney to collect the keys of the apartment and clear out anything that needed to be cleared out. Islam Said had abandoned all his belongings at the apartment, and let's say less than a week after that, Islam Said and an associate of the family, Hani Medhad Abdulgawad, crossed the border into Canada from Michigan at Windsor Bridge.
So let's talk about that. Now, the FBI, do you have relationships with other members of federal agencies within the United States government?
Yes.
Is there an agency known as CBP or Customs Border Patrol?
Yes.
What is the responsibility of the CBP?
Generally to monitor and police the U.S. border and its entries.
Were you made aware that Islam Said crossed out of the United States and entered the Canadian
Yes.
the country of Canada?
Yes.
And was that very shortly after this incident on August 14th, 2017?
Yes.
Do you know about when that might have happened?
It had to be within a week, but I don't remember exactly.
So very close in time, approximately.
Yes.
Are you aware of whether Islam Said came back and retrieved his belongings, personally came back and
No,
retrieved his belongings?
he did not.
And you told us that Yaser Said, his uncle, Yaser Said's brother, had power of attorney to retrieve those belongings.
Yes.
Do you know if Mr. Yaser Said was able to retrieve those belongings?
I don't know what he retrieved.
Okay.
I know he would have had access to everything, including the search warrant return.
How were you notified that Islam Said had crossed the border into Canada?
Through channels of the government agency, CBP.
Again, hearsay. These are statements about what was going on in a place that he was not at. He was not at the location. He did not have any personal knowledge to it, and they're relying on hearsay documents to establish this testimony.
Sustained.
Were you continuing to prevail?
1 second.
Sorry.
You all right, Ms. Holt?
Yes, thank you, Judge. I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
No problem, Patty. Let me know when you're ready. Agent Jimenez, were you continuing to surveil or keep an eye out on this on site?
Well, the answer to that is no, because we didn't know where he was.
Okay, so up until he crossed the border, you said at Windsor?
Correct.
After he crossed the border at Windsor, were you able to figure out where he was?
He eventually came back,
Okay.
and I want to say it was approximately 6 months after. And I learned that he,
Your Honor,
through my own investigation.
I object to the entirety of this testimony. If they want to call the agent who handled this part of the investigation, who has personal knowledge about it, and put him on the stand and go through that, then that is the state's choice. But it is improper for them to continue over and over and over again to try and elicit inadmissible hearsay evidence through this witness about various parts of the investigation.
Sustained.
We've articulated Agent Jimenez's.
1 second.
That's okay. We need to follow up.
All right, we'll deal with this objection when Ms. Holt recovers, and then break for lunch.
Ms. Almonsi, can you repeat what you said?
Do you want me to
Yes,
continue?
go ahead.
Judge, experts can rely on their hearsay. We've listed actually Agent Jimenez as an expert. He can rely on his hearsay and he can rely on what he did, and he articulated what he personally knew. So in light of that, I do believe he's entitled to testify to that, to testify to what he was aware of and what he knew at the time of his investigation.
May I respond to that, Your Honor?
You may.
Under 702, this witness was never proffered to this court as an expert in anything. So their testimony about him being an expert in investigation is inaccurate. He cannot get this into expert testimony. Furthermore, it is all hearsay, and they have subpoena power. This young man came from Washington, D.C. If they care enough about what he's talking about, they can get the gentleman, the special agent, who did everything that he's talking about, to come before this jury. It's a violation of his confrontation rights, his Crawford confrontation rights, and it is improper for them to just try and bring all this stuff in through this one witness. There's a way to do this, and they're skipping those steps.
All right, was this witness given to the defense as an expert witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I respond to that, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Just because a witness is listed as an expert does not automatically qualify them, according to the rules of evidence, as an expert. He must be proffered during testimony as an expert. They have never proffered this witness as an expert. He is simply an agent of the FBI who's here to testify about his investigation, his personal knowledge, and it is regards to what he did in Dallas during that time, not the rest of the country.
All right, the defense's objection is sustained regarding hearsay. This is a good time to break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you for lunch. Please be back at 1 o'clock. And you continue to be under the court's instructions regarding publicity.
Yeah, yeah, so I unlocked it, cause they was coming, trying to get through, so they was, I unlocked it until, and all, then I unlocked that door. Over by, my keeper's office.
Y'all can sit down. Hope you all had a chance to get lunch. Hopefully. Before we get started, what's the status of the ending? State is present and we are outside the presence of the jury. Yes, the state has an issue to raise on the record.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to offer State Exhibit 249, which is titled State's Admitted Witnesses, and State Exhibit 250, which is titled State's Admitted Notice of Experts for record purposes only.
Okay, state's exhibits 249 and 250 are admitted for record purposes.
And I have one more matter to take up, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask, and if the court feels an admonishment is appropriate, then so. But I'd ask, Your Honor, that moving forward with the trial, if the defense could refrain from saying statements such as the state is making misrepresentations, or that they haven't received information in the event that, because we have disproved that each and every time, and they are saying it in front of the jury. So in the event that they would like to have a hearing on whether or not they have received certain evidence, we can certainly take a break and do so. I welcome that. But to continue to say these things on the record in front of the jury, we feel is not appropriate decorum. We feel it's not professional, and as they know, if they are to make any type of Brady violation or any type of assertion that the state has not complied up to their duty, then that has to be in good faith, not something that they can mention every time that they feel that they haven't had something, when in reality, maybe they just haven't reviewed it.
Thank you. And that's a good point made by the state. Of course, the defense can certainly articulate the fact that they have not received certain evidence from the state. However, be civil about it. Do not levy accusations, especially ones that you would not make if you look through your documentation properly. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. May I provide just a brief response to that specifically? It is my understanding and my belief that the one time that we truly got it wrong was about the indictment with the Hill County individual. And I, in front of this jury, in this court, acknowledged that I was wrong on that. I accepted error on that, and we proceeded forward. And that was in front of the full purview of the jury and this court. Everything else, I believe that their statements to this court will speak for themselves. And specifically, if we go back just moments ago before lunch, she told this court what testimony did or did not exist. And when the court reporter read it back, it spoke specifically to my concern that she levied after, I think it's somewhat hypocritical and ironic that they're making sidebar comments attacking us, but then they want to make a formal objection as to our defense and the zealous advocacy and defense of this client. Again, I know I was wrong on the Hill Country, or Hill County, and I own that error. And so I will certainly abide by the order of the court, but that was a direct allegation against this defense team, and I felt that a response was warranted, and we were doing what we believe. We are not making disingenuous comments, but we will act with civility and with, of course, always respect to the court. But I just wanted to bring that to the court's attention based on that statement.
Thank you. That goes for both sides. You're to remain civil to each other out of respect for this court, for the jury, and everybody else, the members of the public who are here watching this. Okay?
Understood.
All right.
And Judge, I would just say, going back to these exhibits, 249 and 250, I think there was some confusion, or maybe not, but FBI agent Daniel Jimenez is listed as an expert. I do not believe defense has objected to him being as an expert and has not asked for a hearing. So I'd just like that to be on
The
record.
defense has a point here. The state did not, when the state put this witness on, the state did not say that they were putting him on as an expert, which would have afforded the defense an opportunity to voir dire him outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, he's been designated as an expert. I don't believe the state rules require the proffer. I believe that's the federal rules. I may be mistaken on that, but he was always designated as an expert, so they knew in advance that we were offering him as an expert.
Well, he was, the defense was given notice that you would use him as an expert. However, this court has not designated him as an expert witness. All right, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in.
asking for, I'm entitled to go first.
Yes, you are. All right, you can sit down.
Thank you.
All right, let the record reflect that we are still outside the presence of the jury. State may proceed.
Thank you. Agent Daniel, Agent Daniel Jimenez, who testified here before we took our lunch break today.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so now earlier I had inquired about where you were currently employed. You already told us that that you work for the FBI. Can you tell the judge a little bit about what your training and background would consist of to become a federal agent?
Yes, ma'am. I have a 4-year bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I have been employed with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office for I've been employed with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office from the years, approximately almost 5 years prior to that. After that, this is before the Bureau, before the FBI. I was an intelligence specialist for the Department of Defense on a special Pentagon program. I was a military civilian interrogator and intelligence collector prior to the FBI. And while in the FBI, I held a title at the Dallas field office as the fugitive coordinator, which all fugitive matters in our area, in our territory, that is all of North Texas, would be coordinated through myself in our squad, but I was the coordinator. I don't know how much do you want me to go into?
Let's go specifically to your role at the Federal Bureau of Investigation,
Okay.
FBI. You talked about how you were a fugitive coordinator. Is that what I understood?
That's correct.
And can you tell the judge a little bit about what that role required?
Required knowledge in fugitive matters, whether domestic or international. I've had various experiences in locating and apprehending fugitives in international level in the various countries, and personally coordinating and initiating the efforts of extradition and deportation. Also coordinated several arrests and location efforts to apprehend and locate fugitives domestically, whether in the United States, in different states, or within the North Texas area, our area of operation at the FBI Dallas office.
Now, as that fugitive coordinator, how long did you have that role? And was that in conjunction with your role as the lead case agent in this case?
That was in conjunction with the role as a lead case agent.
And so how long have you been in that particular role?
Approximately from 2016 till 2022, approximately.
2022.
Yes.
And in that role, does your responsibilities or part of the tactics used to locate and apprehend fugitives include surveillance tactics?
Yes.
And if you can, just kind of globally explain what those surveillance might be.
There's different types of surveillance. There's physical surveillance, electronic surveillance. Within physical surveillance, you have a surveillance dealing with aerial surveillance, meaning capacities from air assets. You have electronic surveillance dealing with cameras and audio. I have several instances of applying for legal orders to obtain such authority in a federal level, and employed those techniques on numerous accounts to locate and apprehend fugitives of other cases, and also locate and apprehend fugitives in my own cases, because as a fugitive coordinator, that was an ancillary duty. I was also a case agent and mainly worked organized crime and the dealing with violent crime and criminal enterprises that operate transnationally and internationally.
Regarding what you just testified as far as surveillance techniques and other methods that you would employ to locating fugitives, did you use that background in education to apply it in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And did you and your team employ electronic surveillance and physical surveillance and air surveillance, as well as face-to-face surveillance providing Yaser Said, Islam Said, Yaser Said, and the rest of the Said family.
Yes.
And did that as aid and assist in the ultimate capture of the defendant on August 26, 2020.
Yes.
What kind of training did you have to have in order to be able to acquire this ability to do this type of surveillance and investigation?
A lot of these techniques are employed through experience. There's several different trainings that are included. I've attended the cellular analysis survey team basic training, which deals with the detection and operation of how cell phones work and related to how they operate with cell phone towers. Attended training, basic and advanced in physical surveillance, and surveillance of following and keeping a close eye on individuals without being detected.
And do you employ that training in your job and your duties?
Yes.
And in addition to your role as, you said you called it an ancillary duty as far as being a fugitive coordinator, you were also a lead case agent in this case.
That's correct.
You established that. And did you use those duties that you have as a fugitive coordinator, did you apply that in this case, in the work that you did in locating and capturing the defendant?
Yes.
Do you keep up with your trainings as well and up to date with any additional or progressive movements in terms of technology or electronics,
Yes,
et cetera,
do.
in order to be able to continue to maintain this role?
Yes.
I'll pass it at this time.
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may, what, again, specific areas, you said surveillance?
Investigation and subsequent apprehension.
Investigation and what?
Apprehension of fugitives.
Okay, may I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
You received basic surveillance training,
That's correct.
and you received basic physical surveillance training.
That's correct.
That is in addition to what every other FBI agent has ever received in your line of work.
That's correct.
Your Honor, that concludes the cross-examination, but I do have an objection based on direct cross-examination.
The state would submit Agent Jimenez as an expert in those particular areas, right?
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Having a job in law enforcement does not define you as an expert automatically. Having a job with the FBI does not designate you as an expert automatically. Having a job does not make you an expert in any field that you work in for that period of time. It requires specialized training that has to be elicited during the proffer of this witness. They went in over generalities of education, generalities over experience. The only specific training that they highlighted was basic training on surveillance and basic training on physical surveillance. So he has achieved the basic training level by his testimony in surveillance. We do not believe that they have established anything under the rules of evidence that would allow this witness to be proffered as an expert in surveillance, investigation, or apprehension, especially given the fact that, well, I'll stick with that, Your Honor. I'm not going to get into the next comments, but we don't believe that their attempt to proffer this witness has elicited the necessary requirements to allow him to be admitted as an expert in this court.
Thank you. All right, based on this witness's experience, education, the court will designate him as an expert in these fields. Let's bring the jurors in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You all may be seated. We're on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Agent Jimenez is on the stand and was subject to examination by the state. Please proceed. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Agent Jimenez, you're the same Daniel Jimenez that was testifying here before we broke for lunch today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. So, when we broke for lunch, we talked about how on August 14th, 2017, we had the Bedford incident at the Copper Canyon apartments. Between August 14th, 2017 and the beginning of August of 2020, so that 3-year period, did you and your team actively pursue leads to locate and identify where the defendant Yaser Said was?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there were a lot of leads that were coming?
Yes.
Now, I don't know that I 100% clear this. Are you doing all of this investigation by yourself?
No, I'm leading it and doing some of it by myself, and also delegating other investigative techniques to my team.
Earlier you talked about being on a task force, and I want to kind of explain what that means. Does a task force consist of multiple agents?
Yes.
Are y'all all working in conjunction with each other or assisting each other?
Yes.
And is that pretty common within your agency?
Yes.
In that particular unit?
Yes.
And do you know an agent by the name of Randy White?
Yes.
Who is Randy White?
Randy White is a special agent on the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force, and I enlisted his help and assistance with this investigation as the investigation developed promising leads.
Okay, so let's talk about what surveillance and investigation look like in between what happened at Copper Canyon in August of 2017 and the beginning of August of 2020. Are you looking at the Said family, the brothers and the sister?
Yes.
Are you looking at the Said brothers' children?
Yes.
And in terms of Yaser Said, are you aware of whether or not he had any children?
Yes.
How many children did he have?
He had 2 daughters.
And what are their names?
It's Dalal Said and Amira Said.
Now, were Dalal and Amira Said approximately the same age as Amina and Sarah?
Yes.
And with regards to, so by August of 2020, would they have been adults?
Yes.
And so in the 3 years up to August of 2020, are you looking at financial records?
Yes, I am.
Are you doing electronic surveillance?
Yes.
Can you tell us what electronic surveillance means?
Electronic surveillance can include the use of cameras affixed in areas that are undetected and face a public space, such as an area that would be accessed or visible to someone standing in a public space, like a front door of a residence or an area frequented by someone of interest. There are many different types of electronic surveillance, but namely that technique was used in this investigation.
So that would be like a pole camera?
Yes, correct.
And so that would be a camera that's on a fixed structure that basically is recording 24/7?
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you employ pole cameras in your investigation?
Yes.
Did you or any of your agents follow members of the Said family?
Yes.
And were those attempts to kind of locate or see where they were going, were they successful?
In which time frame?
Well, let's talk about between August of 2017 and the beginning of August of 2018.
Right. So no, they were not successful.
And have you heard the term surveillance conscious?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
That is, surveillance conscious is a train of thought that someone would assume if they believe they're being watched or followed. This is something that we identified, myself included, members of Said family were very surveillance conscious and would at times make us aware of our different surveillance techniques.
Would the Said family, if they came into contact with a federal agent, confront the federal agents?
Yes,
Would they point out that they observed cameras?
yes,
And did it appear that the Said family was resistant in assisting the FBI or even the Irving Police Department in locating Yaser Said?
yes.
May we approach briefly?
You may.
We took a little recess there. I asked you about whether or not the Said family was resistant to talking to the FBI. Were
Yes.
they resistant in speaking with you guys?
Yes, at times.
All right, now, we talked about how Agent Gibbs was the original agent, it passed on to Agent Burnett, and then it passed on to you. In 2014, September of 2014, are you aware of a film called The Price of Honor coming out?
At that time, I was not.
Are you aware of it now?
Yes.
Are you aware that after that film came out, and even after the defendant went on the FBI top 10 most wanted fugitive list, lots of tips came in?
Yes, yes.
And did that kind of assist, or at least attempt to assist, further your investigation from Agent Gibbs to Agent Burnett up to you?
Yes.
And when, are you aware that Agent Gibbs attempted to talk to the Said family?
Yes.
After that movie came out?
Yes.
And they didn't want to participate or assist?
Correct.
And did you continue to see that line of behavior throughout your investigation?
Yes.
Now, in August of 2020, we talked about Randy White. Was he on the same task force that you were assigned to at that time?
Yes.
What was his role or responsibility?
In the investigation,
At that time, what was he responsible for doing?
Randy White also investigates investigative genealogy and cold case, assists the local police department with cold case homicides or other violent crime. He's also well versed in techniques of surveillance and covert operations. And I enlisted Randy White along with Taylor Page to assist me in this investigation, as it had many facets and a large number of family members in the investigation that were
So Taylor
of
Page,
interest.
was he another agent with the FBI?
Yes.
Was he assigned to that same task force?
Yes.
So it sounds like you asked Agent Page and Agent White to kind of put a fresh set of eyes on this.
Yes.
Because is it fair to say by August of 2020, the leads had kind of gone cold?
No.
Okay, then correct me. Tell me how I'm incorrect.
I obtained a legal process into Yaser Said's financial records, and
Well, Without
other,
going into the content of Yasin's
Right.
records, were you able to develop information that kind of proceeded to the next steps in the ultimate apprehension of the defendant?
yes.
Were you able to do surveillance on Yasin Said?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. Did you ever observe Yasin Said close to, and this is getting to August of 2020, did you observe Yasin Said in the company of his nephew, the defendant's son, Islam Said?
Yes.
Where would they be together?
At Home Depot, purchasing items that could be used for construction, and also at the residence in Justin, Texas, where the defendant was ultimately arrested.
Okay.
Uh,
So
and-
let me put a pin in that for just a second, okay? The Said family, could you tell us about the general area that they resided in terms of the metroplex?
Generally, the mid-cities area of Texas, and also Southlake, which would consist of, I would say, Euless, Haltom City area,
Bedford,
Bedford, absolutely Bedford, and Southlake.
Southlake, okay.
Mhm.
And those cities are all pretty close to each other, is that fair to say?
Geographically, yes.
All right. Ultimately, did you learn about a home in Justin, Texas?
Yes.
And was that address 712 West 1st Street in Justin, Texas?
Yes.
Is that in Denton County?
That is in Denton County.
All right. And do you know who owned that home?
It was under the name of Dalal Said and Amira Said, which were the daughters of Yasin Said.
Do you recall when you learned that Amira and Dalal, when is it that you learned that they owned, got to the conclusion that they owned this home?
Somewhere around the time of the beginning of August of 2020.
And so, did you find this to be a point of interest in scrutiny?
Yes.
Did you start to look into this home?
Yes.
And can you kind of describe, is this an apartment, a home, residence, a building, or something else?
This is a single family residence in a rural area in Justin with an attached garage.
Is it a pretty isolated home?
Respectively, isolated neighborhood, yes.
Isolated neighborhood, right. Now, did you know at that time, in August of 2020, where Amira and Dalal at least confirmed their residency?
Yes.
Where were they living?
Dalal was living at a residence in Euless, along with their father, the same residence, Yasin Said. And in that same residence, Islam Said, the defendant's son, resided. And the defendant's nephew, who is the cousin of the defendant's son, Yosef Al-Matnawi, all four were living in the Euless residence off of Shelmar Street, I believe.
So that's Yasin, the defendant's brother, Islam, Yasin's daughter, did you say Dalal or Amira?
Dalal.
Dalal, and then Islam's and Dalal's cousin.
Correct.
So the four of them are living in a home in Euless. Where is Amira living?
Nearby in a different home with her family and with her children and her mother.
Was she married at that time, if you remember?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
So did it appear that Dalal or Amira were residing at the Justin home?
No.
712 West 1st Street?
No.
So once this home became of interest, what, if anything, did you do with this information?
We decided to conduct another technique in the surveillance realm is pull trash from public space that derived from the home, and we use the corresponding trash garbage collection company to assist us in collecting trash on the day that trash was put out. We took the trash to the FBI space and examined it and realized it was yard debris. And the purposes of that is to attempt to identify who may be living in that residence.
Okay, so you take the trash, it's just yard, like leaves and
Correct.
branches and things like that?
Correct.
Were you actively doing surveillance on the home itself?
But at the time we pulled the trash, we were doing spot check surveillance.
What is a spot check surveillance?
So basically, checking on the home periodically, but not maintaining 24-hour surveillance.
Would you do just drive-bys, or an agent would drive by and see if there's any movement in the home?
Yes, there's various techniques, but yes, that is one.
At some point, did you shift your focus to 24-hour surveillance?
Yes.
And what caused you to do that?
Because there was yard debris in the home, and there was some evidence that someone was residing at the home, or at least visiting the home, we decided to place a camera to face the home and attempt to get a video 24-hour surveillance of who may be coming in or out the home. And that was, I'm sorry, that was, for example, the trash collection pull was Thursday, and then the following Monday, so less than a week, Agent Page coordinated that effort, installing the camera.
Was that kind of done out in the open? Were you telling the folks that were living at 712 West First Street that y'all were putting this camera on?
No.
What was it done under concealment?
Concealment.
Okay, so is this a pole camera that we talked about?
Yes.
And was it, where was it positioned in relation to the home?
It was positioned in an area that could face the home, and we can see the front of the home.
Was this on opposite side of the street?
I'm not going to go into exact details of where it was positioned, but it was up on the opposite side of the street where the home could be viewed from the front. Yes.
And was there continuous surveillance after that pole camera went up?
Yes.
And was that video recorded?
Yes.
Was it audio recorded?
No.
Okay.
Video recording.
Did the agents have the ability to manipulate and like zoom in?
Yes.
To see who might be entering the home or exiting the home?
Yes.
Could you zoom in and see the front door of the home?
Yes.
And at any point, did you or the agents that were working with you observe any movement going in and out of the home?
Yes.
Did you ever observe Yaser Said or Sam Said enter the home?
Yes.
Do you recall about when you might have seen that happen?
I want to say it was that same day that the camera was affixed, that they were seen at the home.
So is it fair to say we're now talking about maybe mid-August of 2020?
Likely, I want to say it was August 13th or 14th.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is this surveillance running 24/7?
Yes.
Now, who's viewing this surveillance?
So members of the team viewed it, to include Taylor Page, Marcellus Hobbs, another agent in the squad, and myself would review recordings.
Now, you would go home, though, presumably.
Right.
So would it record into the night?
Correct.
At any point, did we talked about how Yasin and Islam had entered the home? Was that captured on video?
Yes.
Did they go to that home one time or more than one time?
Multiple times.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle they were driving when they would approach or come to the home?
It was a dark colored Toyota RAV4, primarily used by Yaser Said.
And so when they would arrive, would they bring anything into the home?
Yes.
What kind of items did you observe?
Observed food items, grocery bags, and sometimes cement, bags of cement or construction items.
Was that consistent with what you had seen or observed from Home Depot?
Yes.
Now, did you ever observe them removing items from the home?
Yes.
Seen in Islam?
Yes.
Did they ever appear to spend the night at the home?
No.
Was there any time that you could see that anyone else entered the home?
No.
Did anyone ever exit the home outside of Islam and Yasin?
No.
So, I know we talked about you observing if Islam and Yasin entering the home. When you guys would go, you and the other agents would go home, would you watch the evening from, end of your shift to the beginning of the morning to see if there had been any
Yes.
movement? Did you observe any movement during the evening hours?
Yes, during night hours, yes.
Can you tell us about one instance where you saw
So there is a large window at the front of the house, and during the hours of darkness, there was a light inside the house. And the window from the inside had blinds where they remained closed. However, in the evening hours, the light would come on and off, and at times, multiple times, namely on August 19th, there was a shadow that appeared to be a human being walking from one side of the window into the next, giving us an indication that someone was inside the house.
So, did you continue to surveil the home?
Yes.
After August 19, 2020?
Yes.
And did you continue to observe Islam and Yasin either together or separately go into the home and exit?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about August 25th, 2020. Do you know if anybody entered the home on that day?
Yes.
Who entered the home?
August 25th, there was Islam Said and Yaser Said. And it's fair to say that when they would come into the home, between the times that we had a camera up, they would often bring in groceries, and then oftentimes we're seen removing bags that appear to be trash and then driving the trash away.
So let's talk about that specifically on August the 20th. Did Yasin and Islam Said go to the house in the early afternoon hours?
Yes.
Around 4 p.m.?
Yes.
Did they continue to remain at home throughout the afternoon and into the evening?
Yes.
At any point, did they leave the home?
During hours of darkness,
At approximately 8:45 p.m.?
approximately.
And so you had told us earlier y'all were continuing to monitor this Justin home. When this happened on the 25th of August, what, if anything, did you guys do?
There was a plan in place led by Randy White, in which we decided to, whenever Yasin and Islam would visit the residence, we would mobilize a team that's members within the squad and Randy, and also include our air assets, and we would conduct continuous surveillance on the home using our air assets until the two would leave and drive away, having our physical surveillance officers to remain some distance and allowing our air assets to keep surveillance of the vehicle. We wanted to know where the trash was going.
Was there anything particularly unique about the vehicle that they were driving in?
Yes, it's a Toyota RAV4 that had the big wheel in the back, so it's easily recognizable and to distinguish among other vehicles.
Were the air assets and the assets that were on the ground, did they follow that RAV4 on August 25th?
Yes.
And who was in the vehicle at that time?
Yasin Said and Islam Said.
Do you recall who was driving and who was in the passenger?
Yasin drove.
And did when they exited the home on the 25th of August, did they remove any items from the home?
Trash. A Kroger or grocery bag of trash.
Now, at that time, did you know that it was a grocery bag full of trash? When you saw them on the
It appeared, it had a very distinct look of what trash would look like bagged up in a grocery bag. Did
Yasin and Islam Said travel anywhere after they left the Justin home?
Yes.
Where did they go?
They traveled approximately 17 or 18 miles on a 114 to South Lake, Texas.
And did you observe them do anything in South Lake?
Yes. Our air assets recorded this, and they stopped at the Panera there at South Lake, the South Lake Town Center, and approached the Panera with something in hand that appeared to be the bag, and then afterwards left the area.
Did you or any of your agents do anything after they left that bag? Was it in a dumpster or trash?
It was in a large container right outside of Panera, right there by the front door or near the area. It wasn't a dumpster; it was just a large container.
So like
Public. It's a public trash container. Yes.
So did you or any of the agents that were following Islam and Yasin Said, did y'all do anything?
Yes, went to the immediate area, guided by our air assets, identified the trash bin, removed the trash. There was only one item in the trash. It was a bag of trash, similar and identical to that carried by the defendant's family, and then took that trash to FBI space to examine.
What were the main contents of that trash bag?
Food items and other items that would contain DNA, such as Coke cans, water bottles, watermelon rinds, and a lot of cigarette butts, numerous, probably more than 50 or 60 cigarette butts bagged up.
Once you observed, well, first of all, did you find it to be unusual that they wouldn't just leave their trash on the curb like most people would do, that they travel, rather than traveling all the way to South Lake to leave it in their trash?
Yes, to us it's considered tradecraft and concealment.
Okay. So once you get this bag of trash and you've examined it, what, if anything, do you do next?
We communicate that information to our management, leadership, and to the United States Attorney's Office. We have our Irving police partners also examine the trash items. And with that evidence, along with the tradecraft and all the other information that we've had, we used it as probable cause to obtain search warrants for the Justin residence and the Euless residence, and also obtain a criminal complaint for Yaser Said for conspiracy to harbor a fugitive based on the Bedford incident.
So y'all went back to the 2017 incident and filed an arrest warrant for Yaser Said.
Correct.
And so when you obtained search warrants, were they through did Irving Police Department generate these warrants, or did y'all?
We did, yeah.
And were you given legal authority to enter the Justin location?
Yes.
And you indicated there was a second search warrant for another property?
Yes, there was one search warrant for the Justin residence, and that was out of the Eastern District of Texas. That's where that residence is located. And the Northern District of Texas, we're talking about federal court districts, is where the Euless residence is located. So we went to separate courts, separate judges to obtain these search warrants.
And did you execute those search warrants?
Yes.
Did you coordinate the execution of those search warrants to be at the same time?
Yes.
So in other words, Euless and Justin were hit at the same time?
Correct.
Were you part of the execution of the search warrants?
Yes.
Where did you go? To Justin or to Euless?
To Justin.
And what date was this that you went to Justin?
That was August 26th of 2020.
So that's the very next day?
Correct.
Do you recall about what time you all arrived? I'm assuming that you didn't go by yourself, is that right?
Correct.
Was there a team in place?
Yeah, the Dallas FBI SWAT team executed the search warrant, and this was around between 5 and 6 p.m. in the evening.
Was the Irving Police Department also notified, and did they also assist?
Yes.
Was that search warrant executed?
Yes.
And what if anything happened when you entered the Justin home?
Upon the SWAT team's notice and knock and announce at the residence, the defendant came out and surrendered and lay prone on the ground and was handcuffed and taken into custody safely without incident.
And so when you say the defendant, are we talking about Yaser Said?
Yes.
Is he here in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Please identify him. If Ms. Black is chair 1, I'm chair 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What chair would the defendant be seated in?
Defendant's chair number 5, and he's sitting next to a young lady. He has a blue mask on and a blue suit on, I believe, blue tie.
Please let the record reflect that when this is identified, the defendant is the network.
The record will so reflect.
So Mr. Said was taken into custody and subsequently arrested and taken into custody. Was he transported somewhere?
Yes.
Where was he taken?
To the Dallas field office of the FBI.
Was he ultimately transferred to the Irving Police Department?
Yes.
Now, you had a search warrant to go into the home. Did you execute the search warrant and collect any evidence within the Justin home?
Yes.
And did that happen on August 26th?
Yes.
Was evidence collected?
Yes.
What, if anything, was collected out of the home?
Various items to include Mario Verna, the supervisor, special agent's business card, along with receipts from Home Depot. They were photographed. Various items, electronic items, several cell phone devices. A passport was photographed. The defendant's passport was photographed.
Are you aware, Agent Jimenez, that a second search warrant was generated and executed on September 3rd, 2020?
Yes.
Can you tell us about why a second search warrant was executed on the Justin home?
Yes. Some of these items that were photographed were not collected and seized as they should have been. So we obtained authority from the judge to go in and attempt to find those items, such as defendant's expired passport, possible electronic devices to include a possible router or modem, and in the process of that, we also located a firearm.
Now, when we went into the home, did it appear to be like a normal home with furniture and photographs and things like that?
Yes.
Did you observe any build-out or additions to the home?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, the home, the garage door was converted from a typical garage door to French doors. Also, inside the garage structure, there was a about 3/4 of the way wall space built out to encompass a room set inside the garage through use of plywood. Inside that wall space, small room within the garage, was a cot and a rug. Also, there was a newly laid out cement decking in the back, lattice work in the back patio, and some tile work in the back room of the house.
Did that appear to be consistent with the items you observed? Excuse me, the photographs or instances of Yasin and Islamsadi having gone to Home Depot and brought those
Yes.
types of products back to the home?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach at this time?
You may.
Okay. Agent Jimenez, before you testified here today, I asked you to take a look at some photographs and some other documents and discs. Did you do that for me?
Yes, I did.
All right, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 149. Is this the Justin deed that lists Yasin Said's daughters as the owner of the 712 West 1st Street?
Yes.
Okay. And that further corroborated or confirmed that they own that home?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 150, all the way to State's Exhibit number 213. Are these photographs of the execution of the search warrant on August 26, 2020?
Yes.
Any alterations, deletions, or? No. Okay. State's Exhibit number 214 through 239. Are these photographs of the Justin house on pursuant to the execution of the search warrant on September 3rd, 2020?
Yes.
Changes, alterations, or deletions
No.
on these photographs? Okay. I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit number 251. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a sketch of the Justin home created by a member of the evidence response team of the FBI, and it outlines the layout of the Justin home.
So basically, it's letters and squares and blocks, kind of identifying what the physical layout of the home looked like.
Correct, and not to scale.
It's not to scale, and it's a handwritten sketch.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 242 and 243.
Okay.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
What are these?
This is a satellite view of
Looking upside the property, right?
of the it's okay. The Justin residence as it's facing. I guess the picture is facing north. So yeah, so that's a Justin residence.
So this is an aerial of, State's Exhibit number 243 is an aerial view of the Justin residence.
Yes.
And this is it, we talked about the air surveillance that your team conducted.
Right.
They would have seen something similar to this, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit number 242, what do we have here?
That is the Justin residence as you're looking at it from the front.
Okay, and we also see the poll camera has the same direction in terms of viewing the home.
Respectively.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 252 and 253. Do you recognize these discs?
Yes.
Did I ask you to review these discs prior to your testimony here
Yes.
today? Now we see some initials, DG, and then followed by an 8522.
That's
Both on
one.
252 and 253. Who put those initials and date?
I did.
Did you view these, and what are these discs?
I viewed them, and these are surveillance poll camera, as you say, recordings of the Justin residence noted in the respective dates that are listed on the discs.
So for State's Exhibit 253, this would be the video recordings for August 19th, 2020, and August 23rd, 2020.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 252 would be August 25th, 2020.
Correct.
And now we talked about how there was 24-hour surveillance. I didn't ask you to take a look at and all 24 hours, 7 day a week surveillance prior to testifying.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Now, at this time, the state is going to offer State's Exhibit 251, 252, and 253. 251 being the sketch, 252 and 253 being the two discs regarding the poll cam videos. State's also going to offer State's Exhibit number 149, the special warranty deed showing Amina and Said being the owners of 712 West 1st Street in Justin, Texas. State's also going to offer State's Exhibit number 214 all the way to 238, which are the photographs pursuant to the search warrant on 9/3/2020. The state's also going to offer State's Exhibit number 150 all the way to State's Exhibit number 213, which are the photographs pursuant to the search warrant on August 26th, 2020. State's also going to offer State's Exhibit number 242 and 243, the enlarged images of the aerial of 712 West 1st Street in Justin, Texas, along with the photograph of the house itself. And we'll tender defense counsel for objection.
Yes, Your Honor, I would object. First of all, they've already testified that they've captured Yaser at this point. I believe that all this is needlessly cumulative under 403. I also don't think that it's relevant to the charges in the indictment. All of this is done almost 14 years after the date of the allegation of the incident. It does not have any tendency to prove or disprove any material fact in this case, and so therefore should not be admissible. It's potentially riddled with hearsay in the photos and everything else. I mean, if they want to introduce the exhibit of the house to show where he was when he got picked up, defense would not object to that. But at this point, he's testified to everything leading up to his arrest, and they have not specifically identified anything in here that is going to be tied directly to Yaser. At this point, we know that we have Islam and Yasin in and out of that house. The house is leased by the law and the other daughter. So there's going to be substantial possession issues if they get into this and the search warrant and everything else. So if they want to specifically identify something they're going to try and designate to be relevant to this case, we can address that issue. But at this point, Your Honor, I would object to the entirety of this submission of evidence as being irrelevant and needlessly cumulative based on the testimony we've already heard.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
Well, Your Honor, first of all, all those evidence of consciousness of guilt, the defendant did abscond for 12 and a half years. was concealed by his family members, and especially considering the fact that the defendant's family made concerted efforts to hide them, it's relevant in terms of the jurors are entitled to know what the defendant did to conceal his presence from apprehension. It also goes to, it's part of the ultimate apprehension of the defendant. And so we do believe it's relevant. It's absolutely necessary in front of this jury. They're entitled to know what the defendant did to conceal his presence for the last 12 and a half years, especially since he attempted to avoid prosecution throughout. And it does go with elements of our indictment.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'll agree with my
All right, thank you. States Exhibits 251, 252, 253, 149, 204 through 238, 150 through 213, 242 and 243 are all admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Judge, and we're going to actually reserve our right to publish some of these exhibits. But I do want to talk about some of these items relatively briefly. So, okay. So, Agent Jimenez, let's talk about State's Exhibit number 243. Is this an aerial view of 712 West 1st Street in Justin, Texas?
Yes.
And would this have been the view that the air surveillance would have seen as they were conducting surveillance on Yasin and Islam Said?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say they did hours of surveillance in the evening?
Yes.
All right. Now, we're going to have State's Exhibit number 242. And this is the home of 712 West 1st Street in Justin.
Yes.
And when the surveillance camera was posed, you can see actually the front of the house.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
And then what we're going to publish at this point. Okay, this is State's Exhibit number 149. It is the special warranty deed. Which is a deed for this home at 712 West Justin, West 1st Street.
Rear my objection for hearsay statements. This entire document is full of hearsay with rear to the objection.
Overruled.
All right, so we see that the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development of Washington, D.C., I don't know if this is viewable or not, so let's see if we can zoom it in for the jurors. Okay. Thereafter called grantor for and in consideration of sum of $10 and other good and valuable consideration to him/her in hand paid, the receipt of which hereby acknowledged as granted, sold, and conveyed, and by these does grant, sell, and convey into Amina Said, a single person, and Dalal Said, a single person, all of the following property situated in the county of Denton. And so this would be on the second page. More commonly known as 712 West 1st Street, Justin, Texas. Your Honor, at this time, the state will pass the witness.
Okay, defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent, you have been designated as an expert in investigation, correct?
By this court, sir.
And surveillance
Yes, sir.
and apprehension.
Yes, sir.
You discussed that in your observations of Yaser that your agency executed used various cameras.
Yes, sir.
You used manpower to follow or different suspects around.
Yes, sir.
You would pick up trash and go through it.
As discussed.
You would spot check. So if you weren't following him, you send manpower or an agent to the house to see what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Various video recordings.
Yes.
You discussed air assets. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? What all is included under the category of air assets?
It is an airplane, sir.
So y'all are actually, is it a manned airplane or unmanned?
Yes.
So you have a pilot, is there a crew?
Sir, there are special agents that are pilots.
Okay, so multiple people operating airplanes to surveil the area.
Yes, sir.
Ground assets, could you elaborate on that?
Agents and task force officers operating vehicles, often anywhere between 3 and 8, depending.
You mentioned that you worked with local law enforcement like SWAT on the execution of the warrant and at other various points.
Yes, the SWAT team was the FBI Dallas SWAT team that
It
executed
was
that.
FBI, not necessarily local law enforcement.
Correct.
But you did work with local law enforcement and their resources as well?
Yes, sir.
Y'all did that all over the country looking for y'all, right?
Respectively.
Are you familiar with Stingray technology?
Yes, sir. In short.
As an expert in surveillance, are you familiar with Stingray technology?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain what that is?
It's a matter to identify a cell phone.
Is it a fake cell phone tower to acquire cell phone data?
Possibly. Yes.
An expert in surveillance, you don't know what this technology is?
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with it.
Are you permitted by the federal government to discuss it in open court?
This is often referenced in search warrant affidavits that are often published on record.
Was it used in this surveillance case?
I don't believe so, sir.
Not in Texas or any other state?
No, sir. I did not employ those.
And all these time and all these resources, all these surveillance techniques are how you ultimately found Yaser in August of 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
Eventually, you were promoted to a supervisor. Was that based in part on your investigation of Yaser and the discovery and capture of Yaser?
Well, I wouldn't call it based in part, sir. Right now I'm in the public corruption unit, which is totally separate than the violent crimes.
But you were promoted to a supervisor position.
Yes, sir.
Agent Permenter was promoted to a supervisor position.
Yes, sir.
Agent Verna was promoted to a supervisor position.
Yes.
Did Randy White receive any promotions since August of 2020?
I'm not aware of any promotions or any way.
You mentioned that Gibbs retired.
Correct.
When did Gibbs retire?
Sometime possibly in 2015, possibly. I don't remember exactly the year, 15 or 16.
Well, I thought that you took over for Gibbs, and I'm not being confrontational here. I thought you took over for Gibbs in August of 2018.
No, sir. Mario Verna, who was a supervisory special agent that you referenced,
Okay.
he became the lead case agent at that time.
And so in the executed search warrant on the apartment, Verna was the lead agent?
Yes, sir.
And based on, I'm assuming what happened to that apartment, you were then promoted, and I guess what happened to Verna after the apartment?
I'm not sure what you're asking, sir. No,
Well, so you searched an apartment believing that Yaser was there.
I did not search that apartment.
Your agency searched the apartment believing that Yaser was
Yes.
there. It blew out the window and forced entry into the home.
Yes.
Did you have air assets?
I wasn't there at the moment, so I don't know what kind of assets were used.
When you took over as the lead agent on this case, were you familiar with what had happened in this case leading up to your leadership role?
Yes.
Okay, so is it your testimony that you don't know what happened that day?
No, it's my testimony that I'm familiar with the pertinent facts that were collected on that day. But as we work with our, local partners and they have other assets that they may employ, I don't want to testify in this court something that could be inaccurate. So I'm not familiar with the assets that were used by our local partners. In terms of FBI assets, I'm not aware of any aerial assets that were used on that day.
But y'all go into the apartment, and according to law enforcement, Yaser gets away, and then there's a shift in leadership with the FBI case regarding Yaser the next month.
I'm not sure exactly the timeline of shift in leadership, but I did take over the case because of the of promotions of the lead case agent. Yes.
Is it your testimony that Vernon got promoted after that?
But promotions, I don't know the timeline, if it was after, before. I want to say it was after he was promoted. I don't remember, or if the promotion was already in place and he was just scheduled to be in place in that promotion afterwards. I don't recall that timeline. That is something that Verna would have more familiarity.
But you are familiar with the case history of Yaser Said in regards to the FBI and the investigation all over this country?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first I want to, so the jury understands, what is an FBI 302?
It is a testimonial report on FBI investigation.
Would it be fair to compare it to sort of like a police report?
Yes, that's fair.
But it's more limited in scope. It's usually one interview, and then there's a 302 to document that interview, and then if there was a subsequent interview, there'd be a separate 302. You don't throw them all together.
Generally, yes, sir.
How many FBI 302s do you think were in this case by the time that you arrested Yaser?
So I'm going to guess or estimate by the time that I took over the case. Is that your question? Took over, or when he was arrested?
No, at the day that you captured Yaser,
Okay.
in August of 2020, how many FBI 302s were in your case file as the lead agent on this for Yaser?
Possibly anywhere between 400 and maybe 500, possibly.
And every one of those FBI 302s represents a different moment in time that the FBI interacted with potentially witnesses or suspects or whatever.
Yes.
Right? So hundreds of FBI 302s.
Yes.
Over 12 years?
Yes.
How many different states do you think the FBI went to looking for Yaser?
I don't know the exact number of various states.
How does it? Are you familiar with the searches and investigation of witnesses in Georgia at various cities?
I don't recall a specific moment in Georgia.
But if it was in your case file, that would be documented?
If you're looking at it, I'm going to take your word for it.
I'm not going to misrepresent it to you, sir.
Okay.
So there's Georgia,
Okay.
North Carolina,
Yes, sir.
Virginia,
Yes, sir.
Pennsylvania,
Multiple states.
New York State,
Yes, sir.
Wisconsin,
Yes, sir.
Oregon, yes,
Yes, sir.
California,
Possibly, yes.
and that's just from 08 to 11. Are there any states that you can recall off the top of your head as lead agent that I'm forgetting here? Any other critical states that y'all went to looking for Yaser?
No, sir. No states come up to mind. Other than the ones you
It could be
mentioned.
anything. It could be a guy who works for Diamond Taxi Cabs, and someone calls in that they think it looks like Yaser, so y'all send an agent and check it out.
Well, doesn't work that way exactly. But when a lead comes in from the public who calls and says, hey, call the number, I think it's 1-800 FBI tips or something like that. It comes to our field office, it comes to our squad, it gets investigated in the least intrusive measure. And if it's a lead that could be promising, then we do more intrusive techniques. But if it's someone, obviously, that appears to be him or bears his resemblance. For example, if someone says, I know a guy that works at this particular location, and I think it's defendant Yaser Said, we would look into that, and if there's someone that bears a resemblance, we may or may not send a body to actually look if someone's there, depending on the lead viability and the availability of resources.
And these hundreds of 302s, maybe not 100% of them, but the vast majority of these interactions with various people, various leads, and actions taken during the course of the FBI's investigation, correct?
No, the vast majority of yeah, I guess in part, yes, your question, in part.
You know, I'm curious too, so I mean, you potentially really see thousands of calls that you narrow down to hundreds of interviews. Is that fair?
Yes.
That's an intense amount of resources and time that the FBI dedicated to this.
Yes.
You testified that the process for getting on the top 10 list is stringent, I believe was the word you used.
Yes, sir.
What does that process look like? What steps are taken before the FBI makes that decision?
So the field office will nominate a fugitive who believe that the media attention would garner tips from the public, and a fugitive would have to be someone that's either has a lengthy criminal history or committed a heinous act or something of note, and it would have to be a situation where publicizing the fugitive in the media would benefit the investigation from the information from the public.
And
So
who would designate the description of an individual that's put on the FBI top 10 list? Like if you wanted to describe the nature of the offense a little bit more specifically for everybody, who would make that decision?
well, I believe that information is contained within, arrest warrant affidavits, information from the local police department.
So local law enforcement would help you with the designation
Absolutely.
of any information that you put on the top 10 list.
Yes, it would help us with information.
Does the FBI go back to make sure that this is a sound case and a sound investigation before they put all of this resources into it?
Yes.
So you would go back and what, review the police file?
There is a process in place to ensure that there is a state felony, and there is a federal felony arrest warrant in place. And in this case, the defendant was indicted by a grand jury before he was placed on a 10 most wanted list.
Are you aware of whether the FBI investigated the details of this investigation before proceeding with this top 10 list decision?
It's a broad question. Can you refine that, please?
Did you trust local law enforcement in this, or did you do an independent investigation before making this decision?
In the instant charge of capital murder?
Yes, the one we're talking about right now.
Right. That's up to the local law enforcement to investigate.
Okay.
We don't FBI.
We'll make sure that investigation is as complete and sound and thorough as possible before you dump hundreds of man hours and countless aerial ground assets and all this surveillance and technology and all this time. You want to know that you're dealing with a case that has been properly investigated. Is that fair?
Yes, and in this case, a grand jury had also opined that there was probable cause that this defendant committed this act.
So, as the lead agent who took over this case and handled all of this, who inherited the workload, who executed the rest of the assignment, who did all of this, right? I mean, you're here to testify about your role in all this.
Yes, sir.
If the FBI were to find out that a potential suspect, I'm going to do a hypothetical here real quick. Hypothetically, if a potential suspect's alibi witness changed, would that raise issue with the FBI?
I'm not going to opine on hypotheticals in this court,
All
sir.
right, well then let's ask about this case specifically. If one of the suspects told local law enforcement and they documented it in their report, which you relied upon in the course of your investigation as an expert in surveillance, and an expert in investigation, and an expert in apprehension, would it have changed the course of your investigation, or would you have raised any flags
I'm gonna
if a
object to
potential
speculation
suspect?
at this time, Your Honor.
I don't think my
I'm sorry.
court heard you.
I'm gonna object to speculation at this time.
Your Honor, they proffered him as a expert in investigation. I believe that he is fully qualified to answer this question. He said he reviewed all the case file information, that he relied on it in order to make this decision about the top 10, and he was aware of everything in his case file leading up to the apprehension of our client, Yaser.
Overruled.
Can you ask the questions?
If you were to learn that a potential suspect had lied about an alibi witness, and let me make this a little bit more clear. If one of the potential suspects who told law enforcement that they were the last people to see these two girls alive, that they were put eyes on them the night that they lost their lives, that they had traveled the country with these two girls days before these girls lost their lives, that one of them told one of the girls that it was the last time that they were ever going to see her. And he lied about his alibi witness to law enforcement. Would that concern you as the FBI before you put all this into this case?
I would convey that information to the local law enforcement that's investigating this case, sir.
Great. How would you feel if 14 years later, right before this trial kicks off, that alibi story in its entirety changed based on who was there to testify about what happened that night with those two suspects?
Well,
Object to invading the province of the jury at this time and speculation at this time. Went outside the scope of what his investigation was.
Overruled.
can you ask that question again, sir?
If two potential suspects, who were the last two to tell law enforcement that they were the last two to see these girls alive, within possibly 30 minutes of their time of death, go to law enforcement and tell them a story that they are each other's alibi witnesses in this, and then you find out that that is a lie. That is a lie. How would that impact your investigation?
Well, sir, personally, I would look at the totality of circumstances in this case, and being that the victim of this case named her shooter as her father in a 911 call, I would weigh that information.
So it's your testimony that the FBI...
I'm going to object to not allowing this witness to finish his answer, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And I would ask that he be allowed to complete his thought and his sentences.
That's right. I'm not in the business of intruding in the instant offense of the local law enforcement. I would convey information if I received information I believe to be contradicting to the investigation. However, the investigation for the FBI was to locate and apprehend a fugitive who possibly crossed state lines.
So you're just doing your job.
In locating a fugitive who was indicted for capital murder, yes.
And the quality of the quality of the allegations and the quality of the law enforcement investigation, you're going to let it be what it is, and you're going to move forward with your job, surveilling and apprehending a fugitive.
No, those are your words, sir. I believe my testimony is contradicting to what you said. I said I would convey the information to local law enforcement. It is not my position to insert myself in the homicide investigation. I would...
With all due respect, sir, is it your testimony that the FBI is fine and is not concerned and is not going to opine on a situation where you have two girls who've lost their lives and witnesses have lied to law enforcement, and those law enforcement agencies and the FBI...
I'm going to object to argumentative and asked and answered at this point, Your Honor.
Finish your question first.
Is it your testimony that the FBI is not going to opine or investigate, despite being an expert investigation, the fact that a lie was a critical part of eliminating 2 suspects, proceeding forward with this case, handing it off to the FBI, and dumping an immeasurable amount of resources and effort without ever fact-checking the original allegations. That's how the FBI handles this top 10 list. Is that your testimony?
I'm going to object to compound question, I'm going to object to argumentative, and I'm going to object to ask and answer at this time.
Sustained.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
I'd like to talk about the federal code for murder. You cited it specifically on direct examination. What's that code again?
So I believe that's
Statute?
Title 18 U.S. Code 1111.
And you're aware that within that, a person can be charged for murder in federal court if it is perpetuated as a part of pattern or practice of assault against a child or children, correct?
I think you're leaving a lot of that statute out, sir.
Not all of it is applicable to this case, but that is one of the elements that is permissible for the federal government to charge an individual with murder. Is that correct?
No.
The code that you just cited, that I just read off, that is public information, that is written in federal law, you're saying that that's not what this says?
Well, sir, I believe the most important part of that code is the jurisdiction issue, where it has to happen
Do you
whether.
object?
I'm
Do
going
you
to object
disagree?
to
Counsel, allow the witness to finish answering the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's a jurisdiction issue, and I want to clarify the court. I'm not an attorney, but I'm familiar with that statute. And there's a jurisdiction issue with federal murder statutes charged in areas where it didn't occur in special maritime locations, American Indian reservations, military installations. That's the key. Those are the key elements of that statute, and where the federal government would then allocate its resources and has direct venue to charge the federal murder charge statute. For example, if it were to happen on a Native American reservation, and the FBI would have primacy on that, along with the Native American Police Department that's has jurisdiction in that area. But in this case, sir, with your defendant, it was more appropriately investigated and charged at the state level, county.
Okay, so do you recognize that the statute says what I read back to you?
I don't know what you were holding in your hand, sir.
You cited 18 U.S. Code Section 1111, which is federal charge for murder.
Correct.
And in that code, it discusses what I read back to you, correct?
I would have to see the code. I would have to see it,
So
and not
you've
just
got parts of it memorized, just not all of it?
in general. We don't in our squad or in our task force where I worked. We don't investigate murder charges because we don't have direct venue to murder charges that are applicable to the federal government.
And based on your understanding that you so clearly articulated here, as opposing counsel said, the facts in this case do not support a charge for murder in federal court?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Very quickly, Your Honor.
Yes.
So one thing I didn't clear up, Agent Jimenez, is Islam and Yaser Said. Were they ever arrested or charged by the federal government any unlawful or essentially hiding or concealing, harboring the defendant from apprehension?
Yes.
Were they convicted of that? Each respectively convicted of those offenses?
Yes, one by guilty plea and the other by jury trial.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Anything else on the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense? May this
Yes, Your
witness be
Honor.
released? Thank you. You're free to leave. For your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Mike Vasillo.
Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Will you please state your first and last name for the court?
Michael Bosillo, that's Bosillo.
I'm sorry, can you spell your last name again?
Bosillo.
Thank you.
And Mr. Vasillo, how are you employed?
Employed as a custodian of records testifier for T-Mobile.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Vasillo, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109. You can take a look at this and tell me, are you familiar with these records?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. You just stated you are the custodian of records for these records. Are these records kept in T-Mobile as a regular course of business activity?
They are.
Okay? And did an agent or representative from T-Mobile make these records at or near the time of the event?
They did.
Okay? And is it a true copy or a duplicate?
No, this is a duplicate of accurate, the document we retain in our database.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, the State Officer states Exhibit 109 as an exception to hearsay under 803-6 as a business record.
Okay.
Six is at 109, is admitted for all purposes.
No further questions for this witness.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bosillo, how are you?
Fine. How you doing, Brad?
I'm good. You are a long-time investigator for the district attorney's office, is that right?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, how many years?
I was with the DA's office 18.
18 years.
Before that, I was with Arlington PD.
Right. You and I came to know each other during that period of time, and I've talked to you many times in your capacity as a representative from T-Mobile.
That's correct, sir.
All right. Let me ask you about phone dumps. You are familiar with that term?
For me, yes, sir.
Yes. And what is a phone dump?
Phone dump is when they target a particular cell site location and they basically download all the activity on that cell tower for a specific period of time. They're trying to just do that, download everything so that they can review whatever calls were made by way of that cell site.
And they can, if they have those, they can say whether or not a particular phone was used which pinged off that tower. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then, what do you call it when the police, and let me preface that by saying, when the police ask for y'all's help in an investigation that's ongoing, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a special department that handles that?
Yes, we have, well, I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're talking about, but
Do you have people who handle those requests at the behest of law enforcement.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, we have a section that does that very thing.
Right. In response to a request that you get, for instance, to get the records of a certain phone number, and are you able to do that?
Yes, sir.
And depending on the, you know, if they say give us from January to March, you're able to do that.
We are.
If they want January through June, you're able to do that.
Yes, sir.
And how long back does that go, and how long can the requests be?
Well, typically retain records for up to 2 years, unless an expedite order is issued, at which time the clock stops. So you can go back indefinitely.
Now, you work for I'm sorry, T-Mobile. Does each company have their own retention schedule?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So AT&T would have one, Spectrum Mobile has one, they're all different ones have different.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Retention. Okay. All right. When they request records from a certain phone number, y'all get those together and give it to the law enforcement.
Correct.
And would that include stuff like locational history, where the phone was pinging off of as it traveled up a road?
Yeah, we provide whatever's on the legal demand.
Okay? And if they want photographs taken off that phone, you'll do that?
Correct.
And, oh gosh, they can do text messages? Is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And not the very conversations that they have. Can you do the conversations that they have?
No, we don't retain the content of the text, just the reaching out to one another, the actual text between numbers.
Right. Okay. So, if none of that was done in this case for anybody by the Irving Police Department, you think that's something to consider?
I'm gonna object to waiving the process of the jury this time.
Overruled.
I would think so, yes.
Thank you. That's all clear from here.
Thank you.
Two questions, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Vassillo, just for clarification, are you trained to do cell dumps or cell phone extractions?
No,
Okay, so you don't use the technology, cell bribe, or anything like that?
no.
Okay. And, as for reference to technology, were you working for T-Mobile back in 2008? Or were you?
Well, no, I'd retired from here.
Okay.
And then I went to work for actually, well, I did a couple of years doing PI work. And then I went to work for Metro PCS.
When did you start with Metro PCS?
I believe it was 2011.
Okay, so maybe 3 years after. It's now 2022?
Correct?
Has technology advanced since
Oh,
then?
tremendously.
Tremendously, right?
Correct.
You're probably able to gather more things in phone records now than you were back in 2011 or let's say 2008.
I'd have been a better homicide detective if I did it then.
If you had that, if you would have been a better homicide detective if you had those things available to you back then.
Correct.
Right? No further questions, Your Honor.
That's all we have?
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Your Honor, maybe take a quick break to find out.
Yes, I wanted to give the jurors a 15-minute break. All right. Let's be back at 2:50. Can council approach, please? All right. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and we are outside the presence of the jury. Yes, what says the state?
At this time, we plan to call Dr. Brusecki next, and based on our prior hearing outside the presence of the jury regarding Dr. Brusecki, I believe it's the court's ruling that he can potentially get into, Mr. Lawler can potentially get into specific instances of conduct regarding her resignation, but that for the court had admonished him to stay away from words or phrases saying or intimating words or phrases of fundamental flaws.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Lawler?
Well, that's fine with me.
Okay.
I asked her that whether she knows whether or not they divvied up her cases after she left, and whether or not those MEs went through her cases and determined that she had made improper use of cause and manner of death.
Yeah, and Mr. Waller, where are you getting this information from?
None of your business.
Well, Judge, we'd like a copy of what he's reading from, because this
I'm
is
not reading anything.
You're reading
We
from
just
that.
read it, and we don't have knowledge of anything that he's talking about.
Okay.
So can you give us a copy before you got it?
No.
Well, Mr. Lawler is entitled to impeach the witness with credible information that he has. So And he doesn't have to disclose that to the state ahead of time. So if both sides are ready, let's bring the jurors in.
All right.
Please be seated. All right, call your next witness.
State House Dr. Amy Said.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Did I have you sworn earlier?
Before, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Dr. Amy, A-M-Y, Gruzecki, G-R-U-S-Z-E-C-K-I.
Dr. Gruzecki, where are you currently employed?
I work for American Forensics
All right.
in Mesquite.
How long have you worked for American Forensics?
Since 2009.
All right. And what do you do for American Forensics?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Right. And what is your education to get your pathology, to become a pathologist?
Well, first, I'm a medical doctor, so I have a bachelor's of science degree in biology. I also did a master's of science degree in forensic science. After I did my master's degree, I went to medical school for 4 years. After going to medical school, I did a residency in internal medicine for 1 year. After doing the residency in internal medicine, I went to pathology residency, where I studied anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I did that for 4 years. After that, I did a year of fellowship in forensic pathology, which is what I practice now. I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
Did you have employment with the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Science?
I did.
All right. And that's here in Dallas County.
It is.
All right. But it's not limited to Dallas County, is that correct?
That's correct,
It's
yes.
not limited just to the DA's office, is that correct?
That's correct.
So other counties, defense attorneys, civil attorneys, anyone who wants any kind of testing done, forensic testing done, can use the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but that's often who, it's often one that's used for county cases.
Yes.
All right. Were you working for the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Science in 2008 when this autopsy was done in January of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. However, in 2009, you left the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science.
That's correct, in
You
November.
did resign from
Yes.
the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science.
Yes.
But the resignation was due to what was believed to be a discrepancy, or what was believed to be you putting down sick time when you should have put down vacation time for doing a job in another county. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you are allowed to do jobs for pay in other counties.
Yes.
As a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
However, the policy is that you are to use vacation time,
Yes.
and not sick time.
Yes.
Okay. That is the belief of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Science.
Yes.
However, that is not your belief, correct?
Correct.
All right. Therefore, you were asked to resign.
That's correct.
All right. After you resigned from the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science, you went to American Forensics, is that?
Yes, that's my company, and I opened up that American Forensics.
Okay. And have you been in American Forensics since 2009?
Yes, ma'am.
At American Forensics, do you testify as an expert pathologist?
I do.
Okay. In fact, have you testified for criminal defense attorneys here in Dallas County?
Yes.
Okay, including people who have done death penalty cases here in Dallas County?
Yes.
And that's since 2009?
Yes.
You've also testified federally in federal defense cases?
Yes.
I'm sorry, where the defense counsel in federal cases asked you, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is as recent as 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022?
Yes.
All right. Have you also been asked to, and in fact have upcoming engagements to testify as an expert in forensic pathology in other counties for the district attorney's office in other counties?
Yes.
Including Cass County, Travis County, is that correct?
Henderson County, yes, ma'am. Cass County, Navarro County, yes. Hopkins County, I have multiple subpoenas coming up, and I've testified most recently in all of those counties as well, yes.
Okay. Can you briefly describe to this jury, and just generally, because it's getting late, but just generally briefly describe what you do when you conduct an autopsy?
Sure. So, an autopsy is conducted generally in the same manner, no matter what type of autopsy it is. As the decedent is brought into the autopsy room, the body bag is opened. We take photographs as is to just look at, to document what the body looks like when the body comes in. So hence the as is photographs. We would document what the body looks like from head to toe, look at hair color, eye color, scars. We look for any evidence of injury. We would look for what the clothing is on the body, things like that. We'll document any evidence, collect any evidence that might be on the body at the same time. After all the evidence is collected and all the external examination is done, then we would then proceed to do the internal examination. The internal examination consists of a Y-shaped incision across the chest and the abdomen, and then all of the internal organs are looked at one by one, and every internal organ is looked at for both evidence of injury as well as for evidence of natural disease. So even if somebody was stabbed, we would also look to see if they had heart attack. We would also look to see if they had cancer. Then the back of the head would be sawed open, and the brain would be looked at again for also evidence of injury and evidence of natural disease. We would collect specimens for toxicology in order to look for drugs, both medications that are prescribed as well as medications that are illicit like cocaine or methamphetamine as well. We would collect urine and vitreous fluid as well. And all of these items that we collect at the time of autopsy would be sealed and sent to the laboratory. And then once all of that is collected, we would send to the laboratory, collect all that information, and prepare a final report once we get all of the information.
May I first witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Prosecutors, I'm going to show you what's remarked. Sorry. State's Exhibit number 4. All right. And well, I'm also going to offer, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 69. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 69?
Yes. State's Exhibit 69 is the copy of the autopsy report that I prepared in this case.
Okay, and it has your signature on the autopsy?
It does.
Okay, and the signatures of the other medical examiners that review that particular autopsy?
That's also correct.
And in fact, peer review is part of every autopsy that's done at Southwestern Institute of Forensic Science?
That's correct, especially when it's a homicide case. All of the medical examiners on staff at the time will review that autopsy and review the photographs and all of the findings and sign off on it with agreement if they agree with the findings.
All right, this report is something that you do at the time that you do the autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, so,
Kept in the care and custody and control of Southwestern Institute of Forensic Science, is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
But you were the author of this report?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 69, the autopsy report.
No objection.
All right.
State's Exhibit 69 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish in a minute?
You may.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to also offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 4, like I said previously, as well as State's Exhibit 70, 71, 72, and 73. Besides these Post-it stickers, do you recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what are these photos of?
So all of these photos are, the first two photos, State's Exhibit number, is that 4?
4.
4, and State's Exhibit 70 are photos that were taken, they're as-is photos taken at the time of autopsy. They have the unique case identifying number, which is 08-0016, and this also corresponds to the case at the time of autopsy. State's Exhibit number 71 and State's Exhibit 72 and number 73 are photographs that were taken at the time of the scene, which I reviewed at the time of the autopsy, which are important for me to see as far as the autopsy is concerned.
In order to make your report, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 4 for all purposes, as previously submitted for record purposes. State's Exhibit 70, 71, 72, and 73.
No objection.
Thank you. State's Exhibit number 4, previously admitted for record purposes, is now admitted for all purposes. State's Exhibits 70, 71, 72, and 73 are admitted for all purposes.
Now, Dr. Grusecki, referring to your autopsy report, after you've done what you've explained to the jury, after you've done your putting the body on there, getting the photos of the as-is, and then putting the body on the table and starting your report, and you look for the identifying marks and scars, you start with evidence of injury, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is the evidence of injury in your report? To 080116 refers to Amina Said.
Yes. Miss Amina Said had 2 gunshot wounds, 2 entrance gunshot wounds. The first gunshot wound was a gunshot wound to the chest that I described. She had a 3/8 inch round gunshot wound to the chest, which was in the center of her chest. This projectile, the path of the wound, it went through the chest, and it went through her, the middle lobe of her right lung. It went through the lower lobe of her right lung, and it exited between her ribs on the right side, between rib 8 and 9. She had approximately 1,500 milliliters of blood in her right pleural cavity. The pleural cavity is the right chest cavity. 1,500 milliliters is not a number you're used to thinking about in America, because we usually deal with cups. But if you think about the water bottles that we all carry around, that's 500 milliliters. So she had approximately 3 of those water bottles filled, 3 filled water bottles of blood in her right chest cavity. So that's a lot of blood in the right chest cavity. So it's 3 of those, 1,500 milliliters in the right pleural cavity. Yes, ma'am, exactly like that.
This is 500 milliliters.
Yes, ma'am. So 3 of those filled in the right of blood. And then she also had 50 milliliters of blood in her pericardial sac. The pericardial sac is just a fibrous covering that covers the heart, which is in about the center of her chest. That projectile then exited the right upper back. So on the right upper back. So the projectile went through the chest and exited the right upper back.
And so no projectiles recovered from that, obviously, because it exited the body.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then the second gunshot wound, can you discuss that?
Yes. So the second gunshot wound was on her left lower chest. So it was on the left side of her chest, on the lower side. And this gunshot wound, the projectile passed through the skin and subcutaneous tissue of the chest, went through the ribs 9 and 10. It went through the mesentery of her stomach. It went through her stomach. It went through her pancreas. It went through the retroperitoneum. It went through the left diaphragm. And then it lodged in her vertebral column, which is the bone of her vertebral column. It did pass through her spinal cord, but it passed through the part of the spinal cord which is called the cauda equina, which is the part at the very end, the tail of the spinal cord. The cauda equina is the horsetail part of the spinal cord, which is basically an area of the spinal cord which is the very end of it, and it's basically made up of multiple long tail areas. So it passed through that part of the spinal cord itself, and it lodged in the bone. So I was able to recover at the time of autopsy the bullet from that shot.
All right, and may I approach the witness? You may. And doctor, either one of these, or certainly gunshot number 1, would be fatal.
Yes, ma'am.
Immediate care, even if they had immediate care.
Yes.
Is that correct?
It was fatal because of the bleeding out. She had lost a lot of blood.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as, and I believe entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 75. All right. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we have here?
This is this is an envelope which has my handwriting on it. It also has the unique case identifying number, which is 0016-08, and in it says bullet recovered from spinal column with the date of the autopsy examination. It also has my signature on it, and in it it says bullet, which would contain the bullet that I recovered from autopsy. Correct, that one maybe.
All right, so this is the projectile that you recovered from Amina Said's spinal column, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This has previously been admitted, I believe, is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, that's
May I
correct.
publish to the jury?
You may.
Okay. Now, you also talk about no soot or stippling.
Yes.
In one or both of the gunshot wounds?
In both.
In both. Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. Can you double check these on State's Exhibits? I think it's 76. So you found no soot or stippling. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means when we say there's no soot or stippling on the wound?
Correct. So part of the assessment of forensic pathology forensic pathologist makes when analyzing gunshot wounds is to help determine the distance a gunshot wound is. If there is soot around a wound, it means that it might be a contact gunshot wound. If there is stippling, then it means it's more of an intermediate range shot. If it is distant, it means that it is a further away shot. But a further away shot could mean only up to 18 inches or so. So it is considered a distant range, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's very far away. However, the word distant can also mean that there's an interposed target. So while the wound may not have any soot, stippling, or gunpowder particles around it, if the bullet has passed through clothing, a coat, clothes, shirt, a car, or anything else, then all the soot or stippling would have been picked up by the clothes, and it would not have been seen on the skin. So in this instance, if she was wearing clothes, which she was, then it would have been picked up by the clothes, and we would have not seen it on the skin.
Okay, and before I get into that, Dr. Prosecutors, let me just briefly go through these photos. All right, on State's Exhibit number 4.
Yes.
This is the as-is photo. As Amina Said was presented to you at Swift's, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we see that she has a jacket, her belt, and jeans, t-shirt, and bra.
Correct.
Okay, and her hands are bagged. Why do you bag the hands?
The bags.
Why are the hands bagged?
Yes, the hands are bagged at the scene in order to maintain the integrity of any evidence that might be on the hands.
Okay. And okay. Let's go to State's Exhibit 73. What are we looking at here?
On this picture, you can see the gunshot wound of her chest as well as the one on her left chest.
Okay.
So,
Can you point them out? Would this be right here?
yes,
Is that?
that is the one in the center of her chest, the entrance wound that exited her back.
All right. And
Oh,
this,
thank you. I missed that somehow. So yes, that would be the one, and then this would be the one on the left side of her chest, the other entrance wound. Yes, ma'am.
And in State's Exhibit 71, what are we looking at here? Oops.
Okay, on this one, it shows the exit wound, which is right here.
And on State's Exhibit 73, we just have another view of gunshot wound 1 and gunshot wound 2.
Right here and right here.
And just, what is this?
That is a foam, FOAM, cone. That is what happens when you get pulmonary edema, which is lung swelling, mixed with blood as a person is dying. And it looks very sort of frightening and absurd. It's very scary looking, but that's all that is as she's passing away and still breathing, that comes out of the nose. So that's purge and blood and pulmonary fluid that is coming out of her nose.
And on State's Exhibit number 70, this is another part of the as-is photo, would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the bottom half.
Yes.
All right, but it also shows gunshot wound number 2, is that correct?
Yes, it's
Okay.
right here.
All right, and gunshot wound number 2, that's the wound that you recovered the projectile in your spinal.
Right. Yes.
And And just for a better picture, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 74. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this part of your report?
It
It's
is.
been blown up.
Yes,
All right, do you think seeing this in larger fashion could help aid the jury in your testimony?
I do. This aids helps me look at and understand where the gunshot wounds are in relation to the area on the body. This is what I refer to as a body diagram, and it shows where the gunshot wounds are in relation to the different areas on the body. Yes, ma'am. And it again has the case identifying information on it.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 74.
State's Exhibit 74 is admitted for all purposes.
And let's see, just for a minute. On State's Exhibit 74, this wasn't too complicated, correct?
No, ma'am.
What do we see? Can you just explain to the jury what you're trying to show with these body diagrams?
Yes. So with the body diagram, it's just a schematic, so it doesn't always draw a person's habitus exactly correct. But what this shows you is where the entrance and exit wounds are in relation to where they were on the body. So as you see here, one of the entrance wounds was in the center of the chest, labeled entrance GSW is my gunshot wound. And then you see on the left sort of lower chest area entrance gunshot wound on the left. And then the exit gunshot wound is over here. And then you have to remember that when the body, this is the back, so this is the right side over on this side. So the exit gunshot wound is up here on the right side of her back.
Thank you. All right, and we do have in State's Exhibit 76 the clothing that you collected. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the jacket that she was wearing that day that we saw in the photos.
Right.
Okay, and is that a possible defect?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there was one on the lower part.
Like here? No.
Yep.
Do you need gloves?
Right here. There's that fuzz.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. You can see the possible defects on the clothing. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor? I apologize, Brad. Good faith, I thought that it was already in. Your Honor, I apologize. This is been in for record purposes. I thought it was all purposes when I re-looked at the thing. At this time, I would like to offer State's Exhibit 76, the clothing, for all purposes.
We have no objection?
All right. State's Exhibit 76, previously admitted for record purposes, is now admitted for all purposes.
All right, you continue to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the jacket and the defect on the sides. All right. In the clothing that she was wearing, also the shirt that she was wearing that was pulled up, is that correct?
Yes.
And we can see the defect in the clothing.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You can see the defects in the clothing and the defect in the clothing. The clothing is defective. Okay. What else do you collect, Dr. Grusecki? what else do you collect in, or what else do you do in your autopsy?
So in this instance, or in this autopsy, I collected a gunshot residue kit, the bullet, I collected a head hair standard, a blood standard card, the clothing, and fingernails.
All right.
Fingernail
And is that standard
clippings.
to do?
Yes, for a homicide case like this, yes.
All right. Do you also do just an internal examination?
Yes.
Why would you do an internal examination? I think you've already explained this to the jury, but just as a recollection.
Well, for several reasons. First of all, of course, to determine the path of the projectile and whatever injuries there were, but also to determine any other evidence of natural diseases or anything else that was happening. And then also as part of the internal examination, and we also would collect at the time of the autopsy toxicology. We would collect specimens for blood, urine, vitreous fluid, any specimens available in order to send them to the laboratory to test them to see if there were any medications or drugs on board the body at the time of the death.
Okay, did you find any evidence of disease or defect in the internal examination besides the 2 gunshot wounds?
No.
She was a perfectly healthy 18-year-old.
Correct.
Did you find any evidence of prohibited substances or alcohol in her toxicology?
No.
Nothing.
Nothing.
And what would be the cause of death in this autopsy, Dr. Brzezinski?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds.
And what is the manner of death?
Homicide.
One more question. You noted that you did take photos and the jury did see photos.
Yes.
Sometimes there are more photos, is that correct?
Yes.
To your recollection, were there more photos in this case?
Yes.
Okay. But those photos did not make it to the report, is that correct?
I don't know where the rest of the photos are. I took more photos at the time of the autopsy.
But the photos that we did show the jury show the 2 gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes.
And the as-is photo is what you took when Amina Said was presented to you at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
All right. And Dr. Brzezinski is a firearm, a deadly weapon?
Yes.
Maybe I didn't make it clear to the jury. When we were talking about no soda stippling and I brought out the jacket, is that type of jacket, and you said clothing, and that type of jacket potentially an interceding target to, that would collect on its own the soot of the stippling instead of landing on the skin?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Ask the witness.
Thank you. Defense?
Doctor, thank you for coming here today. I understand that it's been a long time since you did this autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you do the autopsy and what time of day?
I did the autopsy on January 2nd, 2008 at 7:45 in the morning.
Okay, and what was the state of rigor in the body? Rigor mortis, you call it rigor mortis, y'all call it rigor?
Yes. Yes, sir. Let's see. I described it as rigor mortis is developed and broken with ease.
I'm sorry?
I described it as rigor mortis is developed and broken with ease.
And what does that mean in human terms?
That just meant that it has started to develop and that I was able to break it when I was doing the autopsy.
Okay, and we noticed that the hands were bagged, I believe it was states exhibit number 4, something like that. When the body was first examined by you, and what is the purpose of that?
The hands are bagged at the scene in order to protect the integrity of any evidence that might be on the hands. And then what happens is that when I get the decedent, we will go ahead and remove the bags in order to collect the gunshot residue kit and collect the fingernail scrapings and clippings and things like that.
Okay. And you yourself don't do that testing of those items. You send those off to another department there in SWIFT, the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, talking about the soot and stippling that may be on a body or may not be, you showed us how interceding clothing can absorb that soot or stippling. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you make a visual examination of it. Do you ever send the clothing itself off to whatever department that is to see if it's in fact soot or stippling?
I collect the clothing as evidence, and again, it's sent off to the laboratory, and then if whoever is in charge will order that testing as they see fit. I don't do that ordering. That's not part of my purview.
And you're familiar with the way things ran back in Swift's back then. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar also with a condition where if a person is shot and is dying and is bleeding out, they can perceive things wrongly. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by the question, sir.
Well, they may say, my father shot me, when in fact the father did not shoot them. Right? That's got a name.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you asking? You'll have to ask me the question in a different way.
Right. You don't know when this body was shot.
I do not know that.
Okay. You don't know how long before you did the autopsy this body was shot.
I wouldn't know that. Correct.
Okay. And if, for instance, there is evidence that that person or another person said to somebody, my father was the one that shot me. That may not be correct, right? Because they're hallucinating, they're having auditory hallucinations, they're bleeding out. And in your testimony, you showed us how the lungs of this person or this person were filling up with blood, right? That may not be correct. It can be that they're suffering from auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations, everything else.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning as it only can produce a what if. She as a medical examiner doesn't have any information to answer any kind of question like this one. It is broad and it's specific and it's just elicited for her to go, I guess anything's possible.
Mr. Lawler,
I do not think so.
narrow your question. Narrow your question, or rephrase your question.
Does the lack of oxygen to the brain, can it cause altered mental states?
Yes.
That's all, that's all I'm going to ask you about that. Now, the circumstances of you leaving Swiss, I think we need to go into that. You're familiar with the allegation that has been made by the people at Swiss, your superior at Swiss, that you falsified documents. And those documents had to do with time you took off. Okay, is that correct?
Well, to be clear, that I took a sick day instead of a vacation day, not that I falsified documents.
Well, the allegation is that you falsified documents. When you submit those leave requests, I've worked for the county, I work for the county now. Okay? And when you submit those leave requests, if you put down, I'm taking off for medical intervention, and in fact, you're going on vacation, that's not true, number one. Is that correct? And it's a lie, number two. And it can get you prosecuted if it's prosecuted. Right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She's already answered the question. She answered it on direct, and she's already answered it on cross-examination.
Overruled.
I did not falsify documents. I took a sick day, which I still maintain that I had every right to take.
Okay. And they differ in that opinion.
Yes.
Period. Now, who was the chief medical examiner during the time you were at the medical examiner's office here in Dallas?
Dr. Jeffrey Bernard.
Jeffrey Bernard. And he's still there today.
Yes, sir.
And gosh, I think he's been chief medical examiner here in Dallas since the 80s. Is that correct?
A long time,
Long time.
yes.
Okay. And was it to the point, did that to get to the point where the district attorney's office was notified that you had falsified documents? To the point where they've got to disclose it as Brady information?
Objections, but she has no way to answer this.
Do you know that?
Overruled. Overruled.
You know that you've been the subject of a Brady disclosure by the state.
I do know that I'm a subject of a Brady disclosure regarding the sick day that I took, yes.
So it had nothing to do with you testifying in other counties and moonlighting on your own?
I was allowed to moonlight on my own. I was allowed to do that under the terms of my job at Dallas County. There was no problem with that.
No problem with that?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, all right. Now, after you left Swiss, I'm sorry, I need to back up. You were given the choice, either resign or be fired.
That was correct, yes.
And who was that given to you by?
Dr. Bernard,
Dr. Bernard, the chief medical examiner,
yes,
okay? And you chose to resign that day, right then,
yes.
okay? Now, how many cases do you think that you were undergoing or reviewing or writing reports on at that time you resigned?
I probably still had about 100 or so that I didn't finalize because I started them and I was still waiting on toxicology or other, lab tests to come back, and so I hadn't finished the reports on them yet.
Okay. And how many do you think there were?
I believe I just said 100 or so left.
100 or so. And naturally, you can assume that those cases were divided up among the other medical examiners who worked there, right?
I do not know who finished them because I offered to finish them before I left, and they said that they would take care of them.
You had left, and so something happened to the cases that you're waiting on final reports on. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay? Something happened to them,
correct.
okay? And reports like this autopsy report would have to be written by whoever,
That is correct.
whoever inherited your cases,
Right.
correct? Okay. I think that's all the questions we have at this time.
Thank you. State?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be released?
Yes, this
All right.
witness can be released.
All right. Mr. Lawler, may this witness be released?
Can I have just a moment, John? We do have one more question, Your Honor. You want me to go ahead and ask that?
You've passed the witness and the state had no further questions.
Okay. Well, we have one further question.
Your Honor, he passed the witness. He's the lead prosecutor in this because some other attorney had a, did I say that wrong?
Yes.
The lead defense attorney. And I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. You're free to leave, Doctor.
Judge, or is she subject to recall?
Yes, if you, do you want to recall her at a later point?
Well, I'm to ask her another question.
You can recall her later.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Please stay in touch with the state in case you need to be recalled, okay? Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Townsend Parchment.
Do you swear, Doctor, that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your first and last name for the court, spelling your first and last name for the court reporter?
Janice Townsend Parchman, Janis TOWNSEND hyphen PARCHMAN.
And Dr. Townsend Parson, are you currently retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to be.
Well, I see you here today, so thank you for that. Tell us, previously prior to your retirement, did you work for Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences as a medical examiner?
Yes.
For how long?
30 and a half years.
Can you please tell the jury a little bit about your educational background and training to become a medical examiner?
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in biology with honors from Princeton University. I have a Master of Arts degree in zoology from Indiana University at Bloomington. I have a Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. I then did a one-year general surgery internship at the teaching hospitals of the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. I then did the first year of a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program, also at the teaching hospitals of the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. I then transferred my pathology residency program to Methodist Medical Center at Dallas and completed it. I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas. I'm certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Thank you. About how many autopsies do you think that you performed in your career?
Almost 10,000.
Have you testified as an expert?
Oh, yes.
Dallas County as well as surrounding county?
Yes.
So few or many occasions?
I know it's over 200 times. It's probably over 300 times.
On January 2nd, 2008, did you conduct an autopsy on an individual by the name of Yaser Said?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have first witness?
You may.
Dr. Townsend Parchman, I'm handing you first. It's been previously admitted for record purposes as State's Exhibit number 5. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the photograph of Yaser Said? Has she appeared to you?
Yes, this is a copy of what we call the identification photograph. It's a photograph taken of the individual from the neck up to show the face with a placard showing the unique autopsy number across the neck.
And what is that unique number?
That unique number is 08-0013.
Okay. I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 79. You can look through that. Are you familiar with that document?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Please let me explain. We moved to the new building in 2011, and they switched the order of the year versus the number. So I just gave you the wrong unique autopsy number because I'm programmed for the last 10 or 11 years to use the new system. In the old system, the number of the autopsy came first and the number of the year came second. So in this case, the unique autopsy number is 17 or 0017-08. So what's the 17th autopsy done at our institution in the year 2008.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so now looking at exhibit number 79, are you familiar with that document? Is that a true and correct copy of your report of the autopsy on Yaser Said?
Yes, it is, with 2 copies of the first page and at the end, a copy of what we call the court diagram.
Which we have the body diagram,
Yes.
okay? Now I'd like you to look through States Exhibits 80 through 102 and tell me if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, these are copies of some of the photographs taken during the course of this autopsy.
The ones that we selected, is that right?
Correct.
In preparation for your testimony today?
Precisely.
Okay. And they also have, some of them have Post-its with your handwriting on it.
Yes.
That you asked to keep on here for your testimony
Yes,
today.
please.
Okay. So this is how these photos fairly and accurately depicted the way Yaser Said appeared to you on that day when you performed the autopsy.
Yes.
Okay, state offers for all purposes States Exhibit number 5, and state also offers for all purposes States Exhibit number 79 and 80 through 102.
All right. States Exhibit number 5 is admitted for all purposes. States Exhibit number 79 and 80 through 102 are all admitted for all purposes.
Dr. Townsend Parchman, I'm now showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 104. You referenced in your report a body diagram on the last page. Is this an exact copy of that same body diagram but blown up?
Yes.
Okay? Do you think this would aid the jury with your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
State offers States Exhibit 104.
States Exhibit 104 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm gonna leave this up here. Okay. Dr. Townsend Parchman, I want to start with the first photograph here. Photograph, States Exhibit number 80. What do you call this photograph? Is this an as-is photograph?
This is one of the 2 as-is photographs.
Okay. And you're taking this photo to show how the body appeared to you when you received it. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And it has that case number that you referenced earlier.
Yes.
Okay. Now looking at States Exhibit number 81. What do you call this photograph?
This is one of the 2 overall photographs of her back. The as-is photographs we take before we start doing the autopsy. So as you can see, she was wearing clothing. The overall photographs, yes, are taken after the clothing has been removed, the body's been cleaned up, and we routinely take overall photographs of the front of the body, 2 overlapping photos, because of course the camera lens isn't long enough to take just one photograph of an adult. And in this case, we also took overall photographs of the back.
Okay, so that's the back. And then now we're going to show, I believe, you the overall photograph of the front of the body. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's States Exhibit number 82.
Yes.
Okay. How many gunshot wounds did Yaser Said have total?
9.
9. Okay. I want to now go into each one of those. Let's start with gunshot wounds 1 through 3. Starting with number 1, of course. Post-its to stay on, is that correct, Dr. Townsend Parchman?
I would prefer that. And I think in the long run, everybody would prefer that.
Okay, so looking at gunshot wound 1 and the entrance there, what can we see surrounding that gunshot wound?
That's what we call stippling.
Okay.
Stippling is very small little abrasions or scrapes made by unburned and partially burned particles of gunpowder, which are discharged from the gun along with the bullet. And if the thing is, you have air resistance. So since they are so small, they don't have much inertia, and they disperse rather quickly in the air. And if, for most handguns, if the muzzle of the gun is more than about a foot away from the body, these particles will disperse and not manage to strike the body and create the little abrasion. In addition, she was wearing clothing, which means the gun has to be even closer, everything else being equal, because the particles have to go through the clothing in order to make the little scrapes in her skin.
Is the clothing called like an interceding target? Or how would you refer to it?
Interposed target.
Interposed, okay?
Yes.
And so in this case, Yaser Said was wearing the clothing, but she was still, we still have stippling here.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So again, if hypothetical, if for bare skin the gun would leave stippling, cause stippling when discharged at, say, 1 foot, with clothing it's going to have to be significantly closer, because the gunpowder particles have to be able to get through the clothing and still have enough energy to make the little scrapes in the skin.
Thank you. Looking now at gunshot, that's two. Gunshot wound 2,
Yes, this.
okay? And where was this found on the body?
Left upper chest.
Left upper chest. We see dark circles there. Would you refer to that as soot?
She has soot and stippling.
Okay. Will you tell the jury what soot is?
Okay, again, we're going back to most handguns, and when they're discharged, you know that you have a bullet coming out, and now you know that you also have the unburned and partially burned particles of gunpowder coming out, but you also have fully burned primer and fully burned gunpowder. And since it's fully burned, it actually does produce soot. Tiny, 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 tiny burned up particles, usually dark gray. They are so small that they can travel even less distance before being dispersed by air resistance. So, and again, she's wearing clothing. So to have soot deposited, the gun's got to be even closer.
Okay. We also see gunshot wound 3 in this photograph too.
Yes.
Are you able to circle in there?
Oh, can I? Yes, that's number 3.
And that also has soot around it.
Yes.
Okay. Now this bigger hole, look at the numbered gunshot wound 2. What would you call that kind of wound? Would that be referred to as a contact?
It is gunshot wound number 3.
Okay.
That is the contact range shot. It's considered contact range because there was actually soot in the wound track. In other words, the soot had been driven inside her body. So you know that the muzzle of the gun is, for all practical purposes, in contact. Well, you had the clothing, but except for that, in contact with her.
So the term contact wound or contact range, or however you want to say it, would mean that the muzzle of the gun is making contact with her clothing or her body?
Well, with her clothing,
Okay.
but probably compressing the clothing at any rate, the gun gets discharged. All this comes out. The bullet, of course, makes a hole, and you get the soot also going into the hole.
Okay. Moving on to the next exhibit. We're going back close up to, this is now gunshot wound number 4.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
this is a close-up of gunshot wound number 1.
I apologize. This is a close-up of 1, because we're doing 1 through 3. So here we see the stippling as you referred to before.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Exhibit 85. And we're having more of a close-up now, looking at 2 and 3.
Yes, this is 2. This is 3.
Can you, I don't think it showed up there.
How's that?
Thank you. Okay. 86, now we're showing the exits of 1, 2,
Yes.
1, 2, okay?
Yes.
And then exhibit 87 shows where 3's exit, which is that second bullet going down. Okay? Now moving along to gunshot wounds 4 and 5. I jumped ahead. Where on the body was this gunshot wound? States exhibit 88. Big gunshot wound 4.
This is the entrance wound for gunshot wound number 4. It's what we call the mid-epigastrium, so it's the mid-upper abdomen. You can see the faint hint of her rib cage lines. Or, well, let me be more exact. I can see the faint hint of her rib cage lines. So it would be about here on me.
States exhibit number 89.
Yes, this here is her left side of her back, and that's the exit wound for gunshot wound number 4.
States exhibit number 90.
Well, we never really talked about the entrance for gunshot wound number 5. You've jumped ahead to the palpable bullet.
Okay. Well, tell us
It's
about-
in the same photograph as the entrance wound to gunshot wound number 4. Yes. So that's the entrance wound for gunshot wound number 5. Let me mention in passing that these gunshot wounds are numbered entirely arbitrarily. They're not meant to connote chronological order, severity of injury, or anything else. It's just to make it easier for us to talk about them.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. So we're now on gunshot wound number 5.
Yes. This bullet did not exit. It is right beneath this dark mark, which was actually a scrape within this good-sized bruise. So the bullet came through, and when it hits the inside of the skin, if it isn't going, well, even whether it's going to exit or not, momentarily, we're talking milliseconds here, the skin pushes outward. And if it exits, it punches through. And if not, it simply stops. But when that skin pushes outward, if it's up against something, it can become scraped. So the bullet was right underneath that abrasion.
Like a car seat, if it's pushing up against a car seat? would
Like,
that be
like
something-
what? I'm sorry.
A car seat?
Anything she's up against. Sometimes it's, some brassieres have really tight elastic. It could be that. Blue jeans, especially blue jean waistbands, are kind of notorious because I think we all realize how little give a blue jean waistband can have. So just anything you're up against,
Okay.
or the skin's up against.
And you retrieved that projectile from Sarah Said's body?
Yes.
And you sent it to the urban police department?
Well,
Collected it and they picked it up?
well, I collected it. I submitted it to the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Criminal Investigation Laboratories evidence registrars, and then it being a DPD case, I expect they sent it to DPD.
In this case, it's Irving Police Department?
Irving, okay.
Okay, great. Now we're gonna be looking at gunshot wounds 6 and 7. State Exhibit 91.
Okay, this is the entrance here for gunshot wound number 6. This is her left axilla, the front of her armpit, okay? So that's where it goes in. And this is number 7's entrance wound down here, which is in her left arm.
Okay. Do you see any stippling on 7?
Nothing that was definitively identifiable as stippling. There are a few little abrasions which may or may not represent stippling.
Okay. Would you refer to that maybe as sparse stippling? Or
No,
Okay.
if I don't have enough to say it's stippling, I don't say it's stippling.
Thank you, Dr. Wonderparker. Moving on. 92, State's Exhibit 92.
This gives you, I think, a better look, particularly of the entrance wound of gunshot wound number 7 here, and perhaps a better look at the entrance wound of gunshot wound number 6.
Okay. And so the abrasions around,
They're stippling. Remember, gunpowder's little, as punctate. So the abrasions you get from gunpowder tend to be very small and punctate. So you start getting these elongated marks and these bigger marks, kind of punctate, but bigger.
okay.
Not definitive for stippling.
Okay. Moving along. State's Exhibit number 93.
Yes. Okay. This really shows her armpit. And this is an odd sort of wound. It's what I called an exit and re-entrance wound. So you got the bullet that entered here. This is gunshot wound number 7. Okay, so the bullet enters here. It goes through the subcutaneous tissue. And then in the axilla, it like momentarily pops out, but goes right back in, which is why I called it a gunshot wound of exit and re-entrance.
State's Exhibit 94.
Can't tell. Oh, okay. You remember that previous photo we had?
I have it ready. State's
Um,
Exhibit 87. This is for gunshot wound 6.
Yes. So remember, this was 3, but up here you have the exit wound for 6, and here you have the exit wound for 7 in the left side of the back.
And that's a close-up of 6.
Exit wound for 6, yes.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 95, gunshot wound number 7.
That's the a close-up of the exit wound for gunshot wound number 7, yes.
Now moving on to gunshot wound 8. 96.
This is the right side of her kind of lower back and chest. So you've got an entrance wound or an exit wound, and then you've got another entrance wound or an exit wound. Again, the wound characteristics were not so definitive that I felt comfortable saying which was which. In any case, the bullet simply went through the subcutaneous tissue, the fat right beneath the skin.
And now, Stacy Exhibit 97.
Well, again, this shows you entrance versus exit. The right side of the chest in the posterior axillary line. And then the other one, entrance or exit, in the next photo.
Exhibit 98.
Yes, is in the right lower back.
Now looking at gunshot wound number 9. There's an entrance wound?
Yes, in the distal right arm. So we're talking about the upper arm.
And then the exit would be Stacy Exhibit?
In the posterior distal right arm.
100. Okay. Now, in addition to finding the projectile that we earlier discussed, I want to show you State's Exhibit number 101. Is that the clothing that Yaser Said was wearing?
Well, it's one of the items of clothing.
Her tank top?
Yes, and I took
Tank top?
I took a photograph of it because there was a fired bullet lodged in it.
And you packaged that bullet and collected it?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a close-up of that in State's Exhibit 102?
Yes. That's in the left upper back of the tank top, for what it's worth.
Okay. Dr. Thomas Parchman, looking like at page 9 and 10 of your report, you go through and list findings.
Yes.
And those findings articulate the evidence of injury in this case.
Yes, they summarize it, yes.
Okay. Will you please tell the jury the evidence of injury in the gunshot wound?
Well, as we've already talked about, there are 9 gunshot wounds, they're numbered arbitrarily. So if you go back to gunshot wound number 1, which is the one that has the entrance wound in the mid-upper chest, that bullet went through the right lung before it exited. That was the right upper lobe. Gunshot wound number 2, over here in the left upper chest, went through the sternum and the right lung before exiting in the posterior right shoulder. Gunshot wound number 3, also in the left upper chest for its entrance, fractured the left second rib and penetrated the left upper lobe before exiting the posterior left shoulder. Gunshot wound number 4 in the mid-epigastrium, that bullet went through the left lobe of the liver, went through the stomach, both walls, so 2 holes in the stomach, and it went through the left kidney and it contused, bruised the left lower lobe before it exited the left lower back. The gunshot wound number 5 of the right lower quadrant of the abdomen went through the musculature and right ilium of the pelvis, as well as going through the musculature of the right buttock, and bruised the small intestine before lodging in the subcutaneous tissue of the right buttock, which is where I recovered that bullet from. Gunshot wound number 6 of the left axilla went through the soft tissues of the left axilla and left shoulder, including muscle, and it penetrated the left scapula, the shoulder blade, before it exited the posterior left shoulder. Gunshot wound number 7 of the left arm, as you can see, went through the axilla, did its exit re-entrance, and then went through soft tissues with the exit in the posterior left shoulder, lower down. And gunshot wound number 8, we already discussed. It has the entrance and the exit and just went through subcutaneous tissue. And then gunshot wound number 9 through the distal right arm. So the lower part of the upper arm went through soft tissue, including muscle.
And which of those injuries, if any, were fatal?
You really cannot separate it out because she has all 9 gunshot wounds. If you want to know what most people would think would be the most serious, clearly it's the ones involving the right lung, the liver, and the left kidney. But never get deceived by having watched too many old movies or too many television shows where the hero only has a flesh wound and he's just fine. Flesh wounds can kill you, especially muscle. Oh my goodness. Remember that surgery internship I did? Trust me, muscle bleeds like stink. Never turn your back on muscle.
Okay.
So, they're all bad.
All
if I had to pick one wound to sustain from her collection, it would be gunshot wound number 8, because it only goes through subcutaneous tissue. And subcutaneous tissue really doesn't bleed very much. But the others, all the others, at least involve muscle. And a fair number of them involve organs.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay, Dr. Townsend Parchment, I'm going to show you first. It's already been admitted as states 105. So you see your signature there?
Yes.
And it's a bullet, and does it say where it's recovered?
Subcutaneous tissue, right buttock.
So I'd have you look at that there. Does this look like the bullet that was recovered?
Counsel, has 105 previously been admitted?
My
Yes.
understanding is yes, Your Honor. Yep.
That's the
What
bullet.
everybody has?
Yes.
Yes, how I inscribed the bullet is in the autopsy report, and it matches that.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now I'm going to show you the mark with State's Exhibit 106. Okay. Have you look at State's Exhibit 106 and tell me if this looks like the clothes that you collected in this case? You okay with it?
Not really.
Okay.
It's not that clean.
Where would you like it?
The
Go
floor.
ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, State's 106 has been offered previously for record purposes, now we offer it for all purposes.
State's Exhibit number 106 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Dr. Townsend Parchman. Here, we're looking at a jacket, a brown jacket, with little dots on it. Do you see any defects here in the clothing?
Yes. See daylight coming through. Yes.
Here,
Oh, I see 6 holes in the back. Just offhand. Well, again. There's a hole, there's a hole, there's a hole. There's a hole, there's a hole. There's a hole. Up here, I think is where I recovered the bullet.
okay. Okay, thank you. As part of your autopsy, do you also do a toxicology testing?
During the autopsy, we collect samples of body fluids, and they are sent to the toxicology lab, which is in-house, and routine assays are done on the samples. And the final results of the toxicology analyses are routinely incorporated into the autopsy report.
Do you do a toxicology test for autopsy?
As I say, the testing was done, yes.
Okay, did you find any type of prohibited substances or anything in Yaser Said's system?
Nothing at all, prohibited or otherwise.
Was there any evidence of disease that would have prevented Sarah from living a normal life? Did you
No.
find any evidence of that?
No.
So she was perfectly healthy 18-year-old.
Anatomically, she certainly was. I thought she was 17.
Sorry, 17, that is correct. She was 17 years old. So she was perfectly healthy 17-year-old.
Anatomically, yes.
What is her cause of death in your opinion?
Well, multiple gunshot wounds,
And the manner of death?
homicide,
Dr. Townsend Parchman, is a firearm a deadly weapon?
yes.
Your Honor, may we approach quickly?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Defense?
Doctor, thank you for being here today.
Oh, no problem.
And thank you for your attention to detail. It is quite refreshing. Couple things. You said the stippling occurs typically at a 12-inch range.
For most handguns, not all, but for most handguns, if there's no interposed target, clothing is an interposed target, stippling can happen up to.
Before we continue, let me caution members of the jury to pay attention to the evidence and not take copious notes, because you will have to rely on your memory. Okay? All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so muzzle the gun, skin, most handguns. Stippling can, I can't say get deposited on, that's soot, be inflicted upon in a sense, very tiny little scrapes, up to about 1 foot. The thing to remember is, besides the fact that in this case we have interposed target, we've got clothing, but besides that, the other thing to remember is that the closer the gun is, because as you might imagine, the soot and the gunpowder particles that are going to make the stippling come out in a cone, okay? Well, they actually don't come out in a cone, but because of air resistance, they wind up in a cone-shaped expanse. So, the closer the muzzle of the gun is, the smaller the area is going to be, and everything else being equal, the more dense the stippling's going to be. As the muzzle gets further away, the cone expands more, and therefore the gunpowder particles are more dispersed, so they're more sparse in terms of stippling. Did that help?
Did I stop you too soon?
No,
That's perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Because, in a situation like this, details are important. And Dr. Guzecki testified that it would be about 18 inches. Do you
Objection,
agree with that?
comparative testimony.
Sustained.
on,
I'm sorry, ma'am, she sustained the objection, I just didn't want you to continue talking.
oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Would it be accurate that it can occur up to 18 inches generally, not specifically in this situation?
For some handguns. There are a few handguns like 357 Magnum, 44 Magnum, where the powder charge is so robust that the gunpowder particles, and the soot for that matter, they have a lot more inertia, so it can happen at a farther distance. When you're dealing more with 38s, 9mm, that sort of kind of medium-sized handgun, beyond 12 inches is you'd have to take that gun and have it test fired with that ammunition to find out exactly how far.
Thank you, doctor. Are you aware of Dr. Rizeki? Do you know who that individual is?
Yes.
Did you work at Swift together?
Yes.
Are you aware that she was terminated from that position for discrepancy?
Objection, Your Honor. 608B, specific instances of conduct.
Sustained.
Your Honor, we ask for that last question to be stricken from the record.
That question will be struck from the record.
Before I proceed, Your Honor, may we approach this?
Yes.
Mention this.
Your Honor, I don't ask for the record to reflect that the...
1 second.
I'm so sorry. No, I asked for that question to be stricken from the record. He also asked the jury to disregard that last question.
Yes, that question will be struck from the record. The jury will disregard that question. Yes, you may.
So a little bit about your work in this case. Just a couple quick questions. As you stated, we don't know what order those shots were fired in.
I don't.
And we don't know the timings between each shot, correct?
No.
Is it fair to say the trajectory can also be a tricky situation sometimes, given the fact that it's going through the body and that the body can sometimes alter trajectory, or is that pretty consistent?
That happens way more seldom than people think. The thing about trajectory that's tricky is, for all practical purposes, nobody's just going to stand there and let you shoot them. People tend to move. And when we describe trajectory, which I did in the autopsy report, we describe it as though the person had been in what doctors call standard anatomic position. This is standard anatomic position. Somebody standing in front of you, arms down at the side, palms forward, feet slightly apart. And when we say right to left, for instance, we mean their right to their left, their front to their back, their top to their bottom. But nobody's really shot like that. So, yeah, in point of fact, trajectory is tricky.
Thank you, doctor. And Sarah had 9 gunshot wounds.
Yes.
Would you describe that as a significant amount of trauma to her body?
Oh, yes.
Are you familiar with the concept of near-death experiences?
Yes.
And are you aware of any of the peer-reviewed articles on that subject?
Not recently.
But you're aware that they exist?
Oh, yes.
And that there is empirical studies on this field of science?
Well, I think at that point, empirical's in the eye of the beholder, but do go on.
But there are studies.
And there are studies, let's put it, yes, like that.
But it's not junk science, correct?
Again, that's how you define science.
Okay. Is it accepted in the scientific community that near-death experiences exist?
I think by a significant number of people, not by everyone.
Okay. But like any area like this, where you're dealing with complicated matters, not everyone's going to agree. Is that fair to say?
Well, that's true about almost everything.
And with a near-death experience, the body, as we discussed with Sarah, is going through significant trauma. I'm not saying that that exists here, but it is in situations like the one that she went through that you hear about these experiences, correct? When the body believes it is in fear of imminent death.
Lots of things can happen at that point.
Including blood loss.
Well, that's one of the reasons the body is in imminent danger of death.
And loss of oxygen as well.
Well, that's because you don't have enough blood left to carry enough oxygen around all your tissues.
And in this field that I'm discussing, is it fair to say that it is oftentimes results in auditory or visual hallucinations?
It can.
Unfortunately, we know about near-death experiences from the survivors, correct?
By definition only.
And so, in an autopsy, we cannot ever say that this individual experienced that, correct?
Correct.
We also cannot eliminate, unfortunately, what that person was feeling or going through at that time.
Have no idea.
But the body does go through dramatic changes, biologically, physically, mentally, everything when it's going through this type of trauma and experience.
People die.
And that can cause people to hallucinate, see, or hear things that may not exist.
Plenty of people do all that and aren't even having a near-death or deathly experience.
Thank you, doctors. Absolutely.
All right. Anything else by the state?
No further questions for this witness. May this witness be
All right.
excused?
May this witness be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, doctor. You're free to leave. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time to recess for the weekend. Remember my instructions. Do not discuss this case with each other. Do not discuss with your spouse or significant other. Do not do any research on social media or listen to the news items or read news articles regarding this case. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you so much for your patience, and we'll see you on Monday at 8:45. That's what she was asking about the time, yes.
All right.